The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 3, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to approve the construction, operation, and maintenance of the Keystone XL pipeline and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 90 minutes, equally divided among and controlled by the respective chairs and ranking minority members of the Committees on Transportation and Infrastructure, Energy and Commerce, and Natural Resources. Gentleman from California, Mr. Denham. Gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Rahal. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton. The gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman. The gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hastings. And the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Markey. Each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Denham.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman for the time to express my views on H.R. 3, which will generate numerous benefits to the nation and its economic growth. This pipeline will create American jobs, enhance our energy independence, and strengthen our national security. I'm proud to say that I'm a co-sponsor of this legislation because it represents a significant opportunity to create jobs and spur economic growth in our country. Furthermore, this bill will help the nation become more energy independent. According to the Department of Energy, the pipeline will transport 830,000 barrels per day of oil from Canada to the Gulf Coast, totaling nearly half of our current daily imports from the Middle East. This bill makes these numerous project benefits a reality. What this boils down to is breaking through bureaucratic hurdles and making this project a priority. The southern leg of the Keystone XL pipeline has already been approved, and this bill finishes the job, allowing construction of the northern route of the pipeline to move forward. This bill also ensures that the environment and its historic resources are protected through the 5 years of studies that have already been completed on this project. Indeed, this has been the most studied project in our country's history. It also ensures that the project's routing through Nebraska, the primary objection with the permit when it was denied in 2012, is the route chosen by the people of that state. Simply put, as President Obama said regarding the southern route, this bill cuts through the red tape. The project is the most extensively studied and vetted pipeline project in the history of this country, given the nearly 5 years of study and review of the Keystone XL project. With 4 State Department environmental impact statements and over 15,000 pages of publicly released documents, we know the ins and outs and all about this pipeline. I believe in an all-above energy strategy, and this legislation is one piece of that puzzle to break America's dependence on overseas foreign oil. Finally, it's important to remember that this project will be built with private dollars and create thousands of private sector jobs. This project has passed through all 3 committees with bipartisan support, and I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, last Congress, I voted for every piece of pro-Keystone pipeline legislation that was brought before this body. Every piece of pro-Keystone pipeline legislation. But you know, something's happened along the way between then and now. And that something is called a hijacking of this bill by the right wing. I support the Keystone Pipeline project. I believe it will be an important element in our domestic energy infrastructure. Last Congress, I was pleased to support and vote for Keystone legislation that was considered and passed by the House, including H.R. 1938. However, I am opposed to the pending measure primarily due to Section 3 of the bill. The bill we are considering today is vastly different from H.R. 1938. That was reasonable, responsible legislation. H.R. 3 is absolutely not. Instead of taking the straightforward approach that H.R. 1938 did, which set a specific deadline for the President to grant or deny a permit for the Keystone Pipeline, the pending measure completely eliminates the requirement for a permit. It waives a permit, and it deems a permit application by a foreign company for a major undertaking in the United States to be approved. As I said, I want to see this pipeline built, but it will not be built under this proposal. Waiving permits, deeming permit applications approved for a foreign company. We don't even do that for our domestic companies. Everybody in this country understands that you need a permit for certain activities. You need a permit to drive. You need a permit to mine coal. You need a permit to build a highway. You need a permit to construct a shopping mall. You even need a permit, a license to get married. So what do the promoters of this bill have to jeopardize this pipeline? What right do they have to jeopardize this pipeline with this frivolous proposal? And that's exactly what we're doing with this legislation. Make no mistake about it, this is a bumper sticker bill, ideology driven, born of fancy, not fact. Jobs hang in the balance here. An important supply of energy held hostage. This bill is a mockery. It boils down to this: right-wing politics trumping what is right, what is correct, and what is just for this pipeline to proceed through the permitting process, to be built, to put people to work. So let's get serious. Let's dispense with the kindergarten tactics. Too much is on the line here. While the promoters of this bill play politics, I can assure them that this is no laughing matter in the heartland of America. It's my hope that this bill can be improved during House consideration today, and that I'll be able to support it by the time we reach final passage. Otherwise, I will vote no in recognition of what this bill is as currently drafted, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from California.
This is a very serious matter. Thousands of jobs, American jobs, are on the line. Energy independence is on the line. When is enough enough? 5 years? 6 years? 10 years? When will we utilize North American oil in North America? Mr. Chairman, I wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Schuster.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support of H.R. 3, the Northern Route Approval Act, which allows construction of the Keystone XL pipeline. And I'm happy to say it passed out of the full Committee on Transportation Infrastructure on May 16th with a bipartisan vote of 33 to 24. And my good friend from California is right. When is enough time enough? My good friend from West Virginia asks what gives us the right. And what gives us the right is the Constitution, the House of Representatives, the Senate, the legislative body, to pass laws, to move things forward. And 5 years is way too long. We need to develop the energy in America. We need to bring energy from our good friends from Canada, and this all adds to the regulatory burden that this administration has put on us. So this pipeline is the lifeline of power of nearly all of our daily activities. The hallmark of America's 2.5 million pipeline network continues to be that it delivers extraordinary volumes of product reliably, safely, efficiently, and economically. Pipelines are the safest and most cost-effective means to transport the products that fuel our economy. In fact, pipelines supply more than 2/3 of the energy used in the United States. And the Keystone XL project will be a critical addition to this extensive network, increasing our nation's supply of oil and thus helping to reduce the cost of fuel used in the transportation sector. H.R. 3 is a common-sense bill that allows construction, maintenance, and operation of the Keystone XL pipeline to move forward. The pipeline has been subject to extensive environmental reviews already conducted, and in fact, it's the most studied pipeline in the history of America. The bill would require no presidential permit process for the approval of the pipeline and therefore avoids further political delays in this project. Of particular interest to taxpayers, this pipeline doesn't require $1 federal dollar. Further, the very nature of infrastructure creates jobs, and the Keystone is no exception. In fact, the U.S. the State Department estimates that the Keystone will produce 42,000 jobs that would not be created unless this project goes forward. This project has significant positive economic impacts, estimated $3.3 billion. Would you yield me another 30 seconds?
Mr. Chairman, yield an additional minute.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank the gentleman. The impacts include an estimated $3.3 billion in direct expenditures for construction of materials and $2.1 billion in earnings. Finally, as noted throughout the process, the Keystone XL will be the safest pipeline ever constructed. Let me repeat that. The safest pipeline ever constructed. It should be approved without further delay. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this pipeline to help secure America's energy and energy independence. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the ranking member on our transportation freight panel, Mr. Nadler, New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the Northern Route Approval Act, which would deem the Keystone XL pipeline approved. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration just measured almost 400 parts per million of atmospheric carbon dioxide, well beyond the 350 parts per million many scientists warn is the level we must not cross to avoid severe climate impacts. Any rational person who doesn't want more Hurricane Sandys or more Oklahoma hurricanes would recognize that we must focus on developing renewable energy sources and reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. And yet, this bill mandates the approval of a pipeline that will allow Canada to deliver 830,000 barrels per day of tar sand oil to Gulf Coast refineries. Tar sand oil is difficult to extract, and the process is destructive and toxic. Producing tar sand oil results in at least 14% more greenhouse gas emissions than conventional oil. For those concerned about climate change, the Keystone Pipeline is a non-starter. We cannot allow such a gigantic and irreversible step backward in the fight against global warming. But H.R. 3 goes well beyond the merits of the pipeline itself. The bill sets a dangerous precedent, undercutting our environmental laws and short-circuiting the review process. It deems the pipeline approved by congressional mandate. It locks in the administrative record as of a date certain, eliminates the requirement for a presidential permit normally required for cross-border pipelines, and it mandates the issuance of permits not just for construction of the pipeline, but for operation and maintenance as well, or in other words, in perpetuity. It deems all the environmental and safety laws satisfied regardless of the facts. It also manages to undermine a citizen's fair access to judicial review. The bill appears to grant the right of judicial review by giving the D.C. Circuit jurisdiction to hear any challenge to the adequacy of the environmental impact statement, but the bill also states that the EIS, quote, shall be considered to satisfy all requirements, unquote, of the National Environmental Policy Act. So the court is told, you have jurisdiction, but here's what you're going to find. Never mind your own judgment. The bill also states as a matter of law that Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act, the Mineral Leasing Act, the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, the Migratory Bird Act, and Endangered Species Act are all satisfied. So the fix is in before you ever get to court. I'm not sure what would be left for quick review.
Gentleman's
the bill
time
is an
expired. Gentleman from
unprecedented step in the
California.
wrong direction. I urge my colleagues to vote against
Mr.
it,
Chairman.
and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to the gentleman from California for yielding. Many of my colleagues are correct. We do need a permitting process. But this bill is what needs to happen when the permit process breaks down. This is when a project like Keystone that's going to create the tens of thousands of jobs that many of us in this chamber go back to our home districts and talk about being created, but a piece of paper with a lack of signature is holding this up. Just this past week, our president stood and said he wanted to make sure that we shorten the time that permits like this take, that we shorten the process so that America can begin to put our trades and labor folks back to work again. This, Mr. President, is your time in history where you can sign this permit, create tens of thousands of jobs, and really prove to us that you're serious about reining in this regulatory process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the valued member of our committee, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Walz.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member for the time. I also thank him for his longtime commitment to American energy independence. I, too, share that. I have been a supporter of a bipartisan energy bill that brought environmental groups and the Heritage Foundation together, said maybe we can find some solutions to this. I've been a supporter of this project from the beginning. The problem is today, this bill has nothing to do with that. It has to do with politics. Today is an example of why this body is less popular than hepatitis amongst the American public. It's not only not going to do anything, it's going to set us back. Many of us want this project done. But I have to tell you, the worst thing we can do is build this and have a problem with it. We hear about the number of pages of regulation that is there. Maybe we needed a couple more with BP and we wouldn't have been cleaning up after that mess. You don't have to choose between building it and compromising safety. You do it right if we're going to do it. Unfortunately, that's not what we're doing. You deem it, you give away those rights. And it's personal for me. I grew up in the Nebraska Sandhills. It was the good people of Nebraska and the Republican governor who told us to step back, slow down, and picked a different route and finished it in January of this year. So when you hear about all the process gets it right. I have to tell you, I do agree with my colleague on this. There's jobs to be created here. We send $1 billion a day to countries that hate us for oil. They'll hate us for free. Keep it here. We don't have to do this, and there have been delays in this project. This bill is a bridge way too far. But be honest with the people. This is not, by building this, going to lower gas prices. It's not the long-term solution to our energy needs. There's no guarantee we even get the oil in this country. But we can come together, build a piece of it, and expand our portfolio. We shouldn't be muddying up with wedge issues. Last time we had this vote, and I voted with it all these times, but one time, the political arm of my friends sent a notice out to my hometown newspapers asking why Tim Walz wants to raise your gas prices isn't with America. They forgot and got it wrong. I voted with them. That press release today is already written and sending it back. It's not going to do anything except hurt America's people's faith in our democracy. You're not going to get cheaper gas prices. You're not going to have this thing built overnight. You risk danger. Here's what I ask on this.
Expired.
The American people are not stupid. Don't treat them that way.
Expired. Members are reminded to heed the gavel. Gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank Chairman Denham for yielding me this time, and I want to commend Chairman Schuster and the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Terry, for bringing this bill to the floor at this time. This is a very important bill, and as Speaker Boehner said on the floor yesterday, it would create 20,000 direct jobs and about 100,000 indirect jobs. The State Department estimated 42,100 direct jobs, and these are American jobs. We have millions of people, too many millions, that are unemployed, Mr. Chairman, and many millions more who are underemployed and having to work at jobs far below their skills, talents, and abilities. This will create good American jobs. 830,000 barrels a day of oil being piped down. And this, if it by itself, maybe it wouldn't bring down gas prices, but it certainly would keep OPEC and some of these other foreign energy producers from raising their prices as fast as they surely would like to and have done in the past. I can tell you that if we don't pass this bill and similar bills to increase energy production in this country, all we're going to be doing is helping OPEC and other foreign energy producers. It's time we start putting our own people, our own workers first, start putting our own country first again, and we need to pass this bill to help in that process. I yield back.
Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a time check?
Gentleman from West Virginia has 8 minutes remaining. The gentleman from California has 7 1/4 minutes remaining.
Okay. I yield 2 minutes to the 1 minute.
1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes.
Okay.
We'll compromise.
Okay.
So the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 90 seconds.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership on this and in so many other areas. And I rise in opposition to H.R. 3. It is a very bad deal. It's bad for our environment, our energy policy, American workers, and a bad deal for America in general. The way this bill is written, a foreign company pumping a very dirty form of oil all the way across this country would not have to pay a dime into our oil spill liability trust fund the way that American companies have to do. Under this bill, the highly polluting tar sands that the pipeline carries would produce over 40% more carbon pollution than conventional oil and increase America's dependence on one of the single dirtiest petroleum products there is, just as the predictions of climate change catastrophes grow more dire each and every day, and that is just not right for America's future. H.R. 3 leaves Americans with all of the risk of spills, environmental damage, and air and water pollution, but none of the lasting rewards. It's a bad idea and it's bad policy, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it. Thank you.
Gentleman from California.
There's a lot of confusion out there, obviously, on this very important issue. Some would say Canada oil. Well, we currently bring 590,000 barrels per day from Canada through the current Keystone pipeline. Keystone XL just gives us an opportunity to have another 830,000 barrels. And some would say, well, why are you going to do this? This has never been done before, but my colleague has already voted for a piece of legislation like this dealing with the Alaskan pipeline, where they expedited the NEPA process and it was concluded by a voice vote of the entire House. When the project is right to get it done, it's right. These are American jobs that we need. And Mr. Chairman, I wish to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rail.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gas and groceries. Ask yourself, is there anything else that eats more into your budget day in and day out? And when we talk about your family budget, wouldn't it be great if your dollar could go further? Better yet, at least the prices could stay normal instead of changing every single week. Think about it. Gas and grocery prices are all over the place. One week you go pay for your gas, buy your groceries, maybe have some extra money in your pocket for date night on the weekend. But the next week, the prices shoot up and you barely have enough money to pay for your rent. But I've got great news. Cheaper prices at the pump and a less expensive grocery bill starts right here and right now with the approval of the Keystone Pipeline. This issue really is as bipartisan as you can get. Why? Because it means jobs, jobs, jobs. We're not talking Republican or Democrat, red or blue. We're talking about green, meaning more money in your pocket. And in that bipartisan spirit, even union members support this pipeline because they know how many jobs will be created. Well, with Republican leadership, we're going to get this done. And union members, this is about you. This is about your opportunity, your job. Not only is this about jobs, it's about our national security here in the United States. Ask yourself, do you really want to continue sending money to countries that really don't have the best intentions for us in mind? Or do you want energy independence, meaning a safe and secure United States for you and your family for generations to come? And of course, more money in your pocket the next time you go to get some gas in your car or buy your groceries. This is about you, your family, your dreams. Thank you. I yield my time.
Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my
Gentleman
time.
reserved. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my support for this legislation. American competitiveness is my primary focus. The nameplate on my desk says jobs, jobs, jobs. We've created a regulatory morass in this country that stifles progress on all fronts. We've got to get the government off the backs of our job creators. When I hear that this project has been studied for more than 1,700 days, 5 years, that it would create more than 40,000 American jobs at a time when jobs are so desperately needed, and that it would drive down the cost of energy and cut our oil imports from OPEC in half, and that the State Department has reviewed it and found that it exhibits no significant environmental hazards, and yet the administration still refuses to issue the permits, I'm appalled. We can study this project forever and we will never resolve every possible question. This used to be a can-do country. If the administration will not make a decision, Congress should. Let's stop wringing our hands, approve this project, and move forward. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who, like me, is a supporter of the Keystone Pipeline.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank our ranking member from Transportation Infrastructure for allowing me to speak. I've been a long-time supporter of the Keystone XL pipeline. I'm frustrated the pipeline has still not been approved after 4 favorable environmental impact statements. It's time for the administration to approve the project. I actually represent refineries where most of the oil sands product will go. And the fact that these refineries will continue to seek supplies of heavier crude oil, whether the XL pipeline is approved or not. The problem is that if the President does not approve the Keystone pipeline, he will force these facilities to continue to purchase oil from unstable foreign countries with very few environmental regulations. I want my Democratic colleagues to understand that even if we made all the investments we want to in alternative energy, and I support that, we still need to rely on oil for the next 25 or 30 years. This number comes from our administration. So if we have to purchase oil from somewhere, doesn't it make sense to purchase it from a province that regulates carbon? I plan to support the bill this afternoon, but let me be clear about a couple things. I support the bill because it's a message bill, and it's time for the administration to stop stalling and make the decision. There are provisions of the bill I don't like. I do not support the precedent and policies laid out in Section 4 through 8. I also don't know why we continue to send bills that doesn't have a chance in the Senate, except to tell them the House again will support the pipeline. And I hope this vote will put this issue behind us, because again, I have 5 refineries in East Harris County that are ready to use that heavier crude because they're importing it from other countries like Venezuela, which would much better. I'd rather them import it from Canada, which is our closest neighbor. And I yield back my time and thank my colleagues.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Mullen.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today thinking this is a great opportunity for Oklahoma and the rest of the state. In Oklahoma, we know that the value of hard work and dedication to one another makes common sense decisions when we're given the opportunity. Common sense tells us that the Keystone Pipeline should be approved. However, during my short time in Washington, I have found that common sense is one thing this town lacks. My congressional district is one of the hardest working in the nation. The southern leg of the Keystone Pipeline is a significant job creator and economic developer directly to our local communities. Listen to these figures. The southern leg of the project is bringing in $5 million a month in construction and other expenses, plus 1,000 jobs in my state alone. Approving the northern leg will bring similar economic benefits to areas along the northern route. Every cup of coffee those workers buy in a small town adds up. Completion of the pipeline would result in 830,000 barrels of oil a day from Canada and the Bakken oil fields in North Dakota and Montana. These are friendly and reliable North American sources. With the approval and completion of the Keystone Pipeline, we will significantly reduce our dependency on crude oil from regions such as the Middle East and Africa. Pipelines are a proven, safe way to transport crude oil. Our country is at a crossroads. Will we take the path that leads to energy independence, job growth, and prosperity, or will we continue to delay? The Keystone Pipeline is an opportunity for America to lead. The time has come to put the interests of the country first, not the party, and approve the Keystone Pipeline. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, how much time is remaining?
Gentleman from California has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from West Virginia has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Poe.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. 5 years. 5 years. And still no decision. What does 5 years mean? Well, World War II, where we mobilized America. We went to war. We fought for our liberty and our national security on 2 fronts. Thousands and thousands of Americans worked in our factories, went off to war in less than 5 years. But yet we can't get a decision out of the White House for 5 years on this project? Are you kidding me? You know, if we'd had to wait for the environmentalists to make up their mind, we'd have never built the Panama Canal. This pipeline needs to go down to Texas, near my district, 20% of the nation's refineries. It's a national security interest. Some of my friends on the other side have been bad-mouthing Canada. Let me tell you something. If the United States and Canada and Mexico worked together on an energy policy and made the North Atlantic a North American energy policy, we can make Middle Eastern politics irrelevant. This pipeline will bring in as much crude oil as we get from Saudi Arabia. Mr. President, pick a horse and ride it. Sign the deal. And I yield back.
Chair reminds members to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close, although I do have a couple members lurking in the hallways here somewhere threatening to come to speak, so maybe I'll slowly close, unless the gentleman from California wants to use his time.
Mr. Chairman, I ready to close as well. Reserve.
from West Virginia.
All right. Mr. Chairman, we've had a short debate here, and I'm sure it will continue during the amendment process. And my concerns are, as I stated in my opening comments, the fact that we are deeming a foreign company the outright right, giving them a permit without any further requirements or actions needed, is of deep concern to me. As I said, I have many coal companies that mine in a responsible way in West Virginia. They've gone through the responsible processes of obtaining a permit. Granted, they're having trouble in some areas, but at least they know that they have to obtain a permit to mine. They're not asking to outright be deemed to have a permit without having to show how responsible they are in their operations. But in this legislation, to give a foreign company an outright application is truly disconcerting to this particular member who supports the pipeline project. We had some discussion in committee last week about what I and others view as preferential treatment for a foreign company, and some on the majority side of the aisle refused to concede that TransCanada is a foreign company, or even that Canada is a foreign country. Well, you know what? The last time I checked, you do need one of these to enter Canada. It's called a passport. So that's really beside the point, but I did want to raise it since I'm sure it will come up before this debate is concluded. But the point is that this bill waives a permit for such a major undertaking. And these companies that are producing these tar sands in Canada, like Exxon, Shell, Valero, CNRL, Conoco for TransCanada, I dare say that they have to obtain a permit from the Canadians to undertake such operations to build this pipeline, and yet now we're saying they don't have to in our country. That's for a foreign company, then that is troubling that we would grant such a permit outright to deem that they have met all safety and environmental requirements when we don't even do that for our own domestic companies. So with that, I would urge a no vote on H.R. 3 today, unless, of course, during the amendment process, my amendment, which is to strike Section 3, were to miraculously be adopted by this body, then perhaps I could support the legislation. But other than that, I would urge a no vote on the legislation. John, you want to speak? I'll wait. Okay. So I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, how much time is
1 3/4 minutes.
remaining?
The gentleman from California.
I will conclude and yield myself the balance of the time. You know, a lot has been talked about here, but let me just get back to the facts. This legislation, if passed, would be passed the same way that in 2004 the Alaska Natural Gas Pipeline, which the entire body passed on a voice vote. Members that are complaining about this bill voted for that very same type of legislation. The thing that gets talked about is the pipeline was deemed. That legislation was deemed, the pipeline was deemed to be in the national interest. This is in our national interest. Energy independence, American jobs. There's a reason to expedite this. Let alone waiting 5 years. We can't afford to wait another 5 years to have an expedited NEPA process then, like it was that the gentleman had supported in the past. This has been talked about. It's a Republican bill. It's a Republican end around, but yet the AFL-CIO is supporting the bill. The National Brotherhood of Teamsters, the International Union of Operating Engineers, the National Electronic Contractors Association, as well as the U.S. Chamber and National Taxpayers Union. This is about American jobs, whether you're union or non-union, whether you're a member of the Chamber of Commerce or not. This is about getting people back to work and being energy independent. This is a bipartisan bill that simply cuts through the very red tape that the President continues to complain about and helps this nation realize the benefits of this project, the energy independence of our nation. Mr. Chairman, I encourage all members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Michigan and the gentleman from California each will control 15 minutes. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that I might use as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Keystone Pipeline and in strong support of the Northern Route Approval Act that will finally make this project a reality for the American people. There may be a few of my colleagues who are tired of the Keystone bills, but the American people are also tired. And they're tired of $3.70 a gallon gasoline. They're tired of unemployment above 7%. They're tired of 4 years of delays that continue to block this critical jobs and energy project. Remember that the President said only last year he would do whatever it takes to create U.S. jobs. For every stated reason for previous delays has now been addressed. Most recently, the reroute of a portion of the pipeline through Nebraska. In fact, you can count Nebraska's governor among the many Americans who want to see the Keystone Pipeline bill built. And while some may try to make this a partisan issue here in the Congress, it is not a partisan issue across the country, with a majority of Americans, Democrats, Republicans, Independents supporting the pipeline, including a vote last March on the Senate budget. I give credit to President Obama for saying some of the right things as of late. Just last week, during a visit in Baltimore, manufacturer Ellicott Dredges, at that factory, the President declared, "One of the problems we've had in the past is that sometimes it takes too long to get projects off the ground." He added that there are these permits and red tape and planning and this and that, and some of it's important to do, but we could do it faster. Those are his words. Well, guess what? The very day before, the president of that same company was here on Capitol Hill testifying in support of the Keystone Pipeline and how it would help his business. The president has it exactly right, and Exhibit A is the Keystone Pipeline. Some are trying to claim that this bill is an unprecedented attempt to rush the process. Give me a break. In truth, the only thing that is unprecedented is the lengthy delays that we've already encountered for a project that has been the subject of over 15,000 pages of federal environmental review, and yes, found to be safe. Congress faced much of the same dilemma 40 years ago when the federal red tape was holding up this project called the Alaska Pipeline. At the time, Congress realized that the bureaucratic process had gotten out of hand, and that a pipeline that was clearly in the national interest was being subjected to never-ending delays. But thanks to the bipartisan 1973 Transatlantic Pipeline Authorization Act, the red tape was cut, the ground was broken, and the project was built. It became an incredible success story, a game changer for American energy policy, providing thousands of jobs, billions of barrels of oil, while safeguarding Alaska's environment. Guess what? H.R. 3, this bill, takes much of the same approach for the Keystone Pipeline. Unfortunately, while the delays over the Keystone grow longer, so do the excuses. Some argue that Keystone won't create very many jobs, and most of them would be temporary. Tell that to the labor unions and the American workers who are begging for this pipeline to be built. Even the administration's own State Department found that Keystone would support over 40,000 jobs during the pipeline's construction. That's a lot of jobs to me, and the paychecks created by the Keystone Pipeline would be paid for by the private sector, not taxpayer dollars. Some also claim that Keystone won't impact gas prices. Well, the law of supply and demand still stands. Keystone is going to deliver up to 1 million barrels a day of Canadian oil to American refineries. And remember, already today, we are getting 1.5 million barrels from Canada from the oil sands. So, if the pipeline isn't built, guess what? The oil is going to come by truck or by rail, certainly a riskier form of transport, not nearly as cost efficient as the Keystone Pipeline would be. Will be the most technically advanced and safest pipeline ever constructed. Probably about $4 or $5 million a mile, adhering to the new pipeline safety standards that we worked together on a bipartisan basis, signed by the President last year, adding 57 additional safety standards specific to the project. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we need to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Today, the House Republicans are making the fourth attempt in 2 years to grant special treatment to the TransCanada's Keystone XL tar sands pipeline. That's what happens when you let the oil companies set the agenda. Rather than tackling the real problems facing American families, we're passing legislation to exempt a foreign company from the rules that every other company in America has to follow. And of course, last week, we voted for the 37th time to repeal the Affordable Care Act. We're trampling our rule of law to speed Canada's dirty tar sands oil to the Gulf, where it can be refined and sent to other countries tax-free. That's great for the tar sands developers and refiners like the Koch brothers and Valero. But this bill will hurt American families. It won't lower gas prices by a single penny. It may even raise them. It will lock us into a more global warming and risk our farmlands and our water supplies. No wonder Americans are cynical about Congress. I oppose the Keystone XL tar sands pipeline because it will worsen climate change. Keystone XL will lock the United States into decades of dependence on dirtier tar sands crude, reversing the carbon pollution reductions we have been working so hard to accomplish. Experts tell us that this Keystone XL will triple production of the tar sands, and that's simply not consistent with any future scenario for avoiding catastrophic climate change. We don't need it. We have our own sources of oil here in the United States, and we're using less oil because of our efficiency in new cars that are getting better mileage. So I oppose this bill for these reasons. But even if you support the pipeline, you should oppose this bill. H.R. 3 is an extreme bill. It grants a regulatory earmark to TransCanada, exempting it from all environmental requirements. It's also unnecessary. The State Department is carrying out their review of this highly controversial project. H.R. 3 would approve the pipeline by fiat, lock out the public, eliminate the President's authority to balance competing interests, stop federal agencies from ensuring that if the project does go forward, we do it as safely as possible. The Keystone XL tar sands pipeline is a bad deal for America. We get all the risks while the oil companies reap the rewards. But even if you support it, this bill is harmful and unnecessary, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 3 and reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would yield 2.5 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Terry from Nebraska.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I rise in support. Let me quote the President from his speech last week. Today, I'm directing agencies across the government to do what it takes to cut timelines for breaking ground on major infrastructure projects in half. And what that will mean is construction workers will get back on the jobs faster. It means more money going back into local economies, and it means more demand for outstanding dredging, the particular business that he was visiting that day. The President's right. But look at the Keystone project that he has purposely denied at one time, and now delaying infinitum. So, the nearly 1,705 days is more than double the time that the traditional trans-border pipelines have taken. What this is a $7 billion privately funded infrastructure project that puts immediately 20,000 workers, 2,000 of which come from my state of Nebraska, downstream with the new expansion of refineries that could go up to 118,000. You have to ask, when there's been two other times in history, two of them both supported by the Democrats, sponsored by the Democrats, that is doing the same thing that this bill is. This isn't breaking new ground. This is the Alaskan natural gas pipeline, the transatlantic pipeline. Both are doing the same things that are here. So you have to ask the question, why, Mr. Chairman, has it taken 5 years to get to the point where all of the studies are done and completed, but yet they're still finding ways to delay? We know what it is. The agenda has been taken over by the left-wing extremists. The NRDC and the extreme environmental groups are dictating the delay here in the hopes of killing it. They have stated that their hope is to kill. That's their number one issue, is to kill this pipeline. And then they're going to go after other things after this is done. So that's what the real agenda is here. So let's stop saying that this is just an extraordinary piece of legislation. This is modeled on past pieces of legislation where delays and bureaucratic morass has delayed them, and it's time, after almost 5 years, to get the Keystone Pipeline working and the people working. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I please now to yield to our Subcommittee on Energy ranking member, Congressman Bobby Rush from the state of Illinois. 3 minutes.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized, and forgive me, but for how much time? 3 minutes. Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the ranking member for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I strongly disagree with the majority side's process of trying to usurp President Obama's authority by immediately approving the Keystone XL pipeline, even before the State Department of the United States of America completes its due diligence as our laws require. Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue about jobs for Americans, but rather it is a question of whether this Congress should exempt one foreign company from the laws of America. This bill is about seizing power from the President of the United States. This bill is about curtailing all federal environmental permitting requirements. This bill is about limiting the ability of average U.S. citizens to seek justice through the court system of our nation. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3 will remove the Keystone Pipeline out of the jurisdiction of state and local courts and would give only one court, the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, exclusive jurisdiction over this project, causing undue hardship on ordinary American families, small businesses, and landowners who may or may not have the resources to retain a D.C. lawyer to travel to Washington, D.C. in order to have their American legal rights heard by this American justice system. Mr. Speaker, I sought to amend this atrocious bill, my amendment would have struck Section 4, the Judicial Review Clause, so that ordinary American citizens could keep their legal rights intact, but my Republican colleagues wouldn't allow us to vote on that amendment here today in full view of the American people. Mr. Speaker, as the White House notes in its statement of administration policy, and I quote, H.R. 3 conflicts with long-standing executive branch procedures regarding the authority of the President, the Secretaries of State. 30 more seconds. 30.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
The Interior and the Army and the EPA Administrator. In addition, this bill is unnecessary because the Department of State is working right now diligently to complete the permit decision process for the Keystone XL pipeline. The bill prevents the thorough consideration of complex issues that could have serious security, safety, environmental, and other ramifications, and I end the quote. Mr. Speaker, I share these concerns of the President, and for that reason, I urge all of my colleagues to vote against this egregious bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 2 minutes to the Chairman of the Energy and Power Subcommittee, Mr. Whitfield from Kentucky.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for yielding. And I would reiterate once again that the application to build the Keystone Pipeline was filed on September 19th, 2008. Since that time, over 15,500 and some odd pages of environmental studies have been conducted. As a matter of fact, the Secretary of State, who is involved because this pipeline crosses international boundaries between Canada and America. And by the way, if this pipeline had been was to be built only in America, it would have been approved a long time ago. The only reason it has not been approved is because President Obama has made a decision not to approve it. Labor unions support it. Every time we've had a hearing, the 4 international labor union presidents have come and said, we want this pipeline. Not one dime of federal or taxpayer dollars will be in this pipeline. An $8 billion project, 20,000 jobs. We have the opportunity to be independent for our energy needs in America. The International Energy Agency said just recently that more oil will be produced in America by 2020 than even in Russia today. And with this pipeline coming in, the additional pipeline oil that will be coming from Canada, we have an opportunity to be independent even more quickly, perhaps. Now, our friends on the other side of the aisle say, well, one reason we are opposed to this is because this oil, when it gets to Port Arthur, Texas, will be exported. Well, the head of the Department of Energy's Office of Policy and International Affairs wrote a letter just recently saying that there's no economic incentive for any of this oil to be going anywhere than in America. They've also said that, well, it will not reduce gasoline prices. In this same letter, the gentleman says we expect Midwest gas prices to go down if we build this pipeline. So the American people support this pipeline. It'll produce jobs, it'll help control gasoline prices, and it won't be exported. So I would urge everyone to support this important legislation today and pass the Keystone Pipeline legislation.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased now to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from the state of Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, we are privileged to be members of the single legislative body in the entire world that has the greatest opportunity to actually address the biggest challenge humankind has ever faced: the warming of our tiny planet and the devastating consequences that will follow. I'm not asking anyone to agree that humans are the cause. I'm only asking that regardless of the cause, adding more carbon to the atmosphere does put our lifestyles, ultimately the lives of generations, at peril. It won't be long before no one will view this notion as radical, and we will all be judged. We can choose now to shift toward cleaner fuel sources that will make our country forever energy independent. Or we can continue to leave American consumers subject to unpredictable oil prices and severe public health and climate changes. Our atmosphere can only absorb about 565 gigatons more of carbon dioxide before global temperatures rise 2 degrees Celsius. If that happens, the planet faces catastrophic consequences, and Keystone XL would push us toward that cliff. TransCanada's application to run a pipeline filled with the dirtiest oil on the planet right through the middle of our country, refine it, and then export it on the world OPEC market. Even those who support the pipeline should agree to examine the consequences of its construction, and this bill would prevent that from even happening. I ask my colleagues to take your heads out of the tar sands, and let's all work together to collaboratively address the crises that we face. We can meet our energy and environmental challenges together, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan.
May I ask the Speaker how much time we've consumed on this side?
Gentleman from Michigan has 6 minutes remaining. The gentleman from California has 6.5 minutes remaining.
I would yield a minute to the Chairman Emeritus of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, and I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Let me say before I rise in support of this particular piece of legislation that if we want to have a debate on global warming, let the record show that the greenhouse gas emissions in the United States is at its lowest level since 1995. That's without cap and trade. That's without command and control. It's based on the ingenuity of the American people and the market at work here in the United States. Keystone Pipeline would simply make it possible to take oil from Canada, transport it down to the Gulf Coast of the United States to be refined into products that would either be sold in the United States or in some cases perhaps exported overseas. It would create tens of thousands of jobs in the construction phase, maintain and probably increase the number of jobs in our refinery and petrochemical complex on the Gulf Coast of the United States. It's a good piece of legislation. Only in America would this be controversial. It's a win for the Canadians. It's a win for the consumers in America. And it's a win for the workers of America that would be able to do the construction and also work in the refineries in those particular industries. So I would rise in strong support and hope that we support Mr. Terry's bill and send it to the other body.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased at this time to yield to my colleague from the state of California, Ms. Capps, 1.5 minutes.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 3. The Keystone proposal itself is a bad idea. This bill simply makes it worse. It's no secret that we are dependent on oil and other fossil fuels for our energy needs. But it's also no secret that this dependence is polluting our planet. It's harming public health, and it's threatening our national security. But rather than reduce this dependence, H.R. 3 and the Keystone Pipeline just make this problem worse. We have the greatest innovators and entrepreneurs in the world, and they're eager to build a sustainable energy future, but they can't do it on their own. So instead of doubling down on fossil fuels, we should be encouraging development of clean, renewable energy resources and technologies. These investments protect our planet for future generations, and they improve the health of our friends and our family. And they create permanent, local jobs that can't be shipped overseas. And finally, there's no denying that construction of this pipeline would create jobs, but they're mostly temporary jobs. And while we're facing estimated job losses of 750,000 due simply to sequestration, creating a few thousand temporary jobs, though helpful, does not constitute the comprehensive jobs legislation our nation really needs. This Congress needs to take steps to move to a clean energy economy and create millions of permanent jobs right here in the USA that cannot be shipped overseas. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3 is a giant step in the wrong direction on both counts. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield at this point 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Gingrey.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, 1,706 days. I repeat, it has been 1,706 days since Keystone XL application has been submitted to our State Department. Instead of moving towards energy independence and job creation by approving this pipeline, we've learned that this administration has been spending its time wiretapping journalists and targeting conservative groups for their political beliefs. Within the past 10 days, the Obama administration has spent much more time defending its violation of the First Amendment than seeking to add 830 barrels of product per day. The White House seems to care more about their own jobs than the 20,000 direct jobs and 100,000 indirect jobs created by the Keystone XL pipeline. This behavior is simply unacceptable. Mr. Chairman, it is time that this body take action to bolster our economy, move our nation towards energy independence, areas where this president has failed miserably. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to another member of the House from Georgia, the very distinguished gentleman, member of our committee, Congressman John Barrow, 1 minute.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bill with my colleague from Nebraska, Mr. Terry, and these are the main reasons why. First, this pipeline will move an estimated 840,000 barrels of oil per day. That's about how much we import every day from Venezuela. Any policy that allows us to bid good riddance to countries like Venezuela is good policy in my book. Critics say that it will increase our dependence on oil as our primary source of transportation energy. But we're already totally dependent on oil for our transportation energy. This pipeline will only make us less dependent on hostile rivals and more reliant upon friendly allies for the transportation energy that we need. Critics say it will increase CO2 emissions. But this oil is going to be produced and refined and consumed by somebody. The only question is whether we get first dibs on it or whether or not we're moved to the back of the line behind countries like India and China for our own North American oil. For all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation today and once and for all make the Keystone XL pipeline a reality. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, at this point, I'd yield 1 minute to the Vice Chair of the Energy and Power Subcommittee, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan for yielding and thank Congressman Terry from Nebraska for bringing this bill forward. I rise in strong support of the bill to greenlight the Keystone XL pipeline. If you look at the facts about what this means to America, 20,000 jobs immediately, energy security where we're going to be getting 830,000 barrels of oil a day from a friend in Canada that we don't have to get from Middle Eastern countries who don't like us. And of course, what's the answer by President Obama? For 5 years now, he said no. He said no to American jobs. He said no to American energy security just because some radical environmental extremists have told him that they don't want this. But even the labor unions say they want this. And of course, who's to benefit by the United States not doing the Keystone XL pipeline? China. China wants those jobs. And if President Obama gets his way, China will get those jobs. We don't want China to get those jobs. We want America to get the 20,000 jobs and the $7 billion of private investment. And how can this happen? With the stroke of a pen. Today, President Obama can approve the Keystone pipeline, but he won't. So if he won't, then here Congress is taking action to get those 20,000 jobs. Instead, we ought to approve this bill and get the Keystone XL pipeline built. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 2 minutes to our colleague from New York. Gentleman is on the ranking member of one of our energy subcommittees, Mr. Tonko.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the gentleman from California. Mr. Chair, we are once again debating a bill that, thankfully, will go no further than this House. Even if you support the pipeline, this bill is the wrong approach to build it. This bill elevates the financial needs of tar sands developers and the pipeline's builder above the needs and concerns of the citizens who live along the pipeline's path. I regret that my amendment on pipeline safety was not made in order. We now have ample evidence from the disastrous spills in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and Mayflower, Arkansas, that concern about pipeline safety is well justified. Cleaning up a spill is an expensive and difficult task. 3 years after the spill in Kalamazoo, the oil is still not cleaned up. Families evacuated from their homes in Mayflower are still living in temporary housing. The spill is not just messy, it is dangerous. The fumes, liquids, and the solids are a toxic brew. The resources damaged by these spills will take years, probably decades, to restore. Congress recognized the unique nature of diluted bitumen and asked the National Academy of Sciences to examine questions related to its safe transport and to assess the adequacy of current pipeline safety regulations. This information would be valuable, especially in light of these recent spills, but we are not waiting for it. And if the proponents have their way, we'll have no opportunity to act on any recommendations that NAS may provide. This bill promotes reckless development of a pipeline that provides little public benefits to our citizens while increasing the risks to their communities, their property, and to our natural resources. We should not bypass our laws and the administration's process for evaluating this project. With that, I urge my colleagues to reject H.R. 3, and with that also yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield a minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Olson, a member of the Energy and Power Subcommittee.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3, which would approve the Keystone XL pipeline. The Keystone XL pipeline has been studied ad nauseum. It's now been 1,706 days since the application to build the Keystone pipeline was submitted to the Obama administration. The Keystone XL pipeline is nearly 1,200 miles long. At the average speed a human being could walk, 3 miles an hour, it would take 393 hours to walk the pipeline's route. That means you could walk the entire pipeline route, round trip, about 53 times in the days since the application was submitted for approval. At least walking would be some sort of action. America needs action. America needs 20,000 jobs. America needs 800,000 barrels a day coming from Canada. America needs national security that comes from energy security. America needs the Keystone XL pipeline. Let's pass this bill now.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, we continue to reserve our time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I'd yield a minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Gardner, a member of the Energy and Power Subcommittee.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman for yielding time and leading this great debate. You know, we've heard a lot of talk today about job creation, about the number of jobs that would be created by the Keystone Pipeline. As somebody who actually lives above the Ogallala Aquifer, I hate to break it to people in this chamber who apparently don't believe it, but we actually have pipelines already above the Ogallala Aquifer. We have jobs being created right now because of energy opportunity in the United States, in Canada. The fact that we can create 20,000 jobs is a good thing. The fact that the National Federation of Independent Businesses support this pipeline, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, manufacturers, the labor unions support the construction of this pipeline. It saddens me to think that this debate has come down to a debate over job snobs. People who believe that these aren't the kind of jobs that we want, the kind of people we want working on these jobs. It's not about whether this is a pipeline that's good or bad for the environment. It's people who believe that these aren't the kind of jobs that we want in this country. And I think it's a shame that we're having that debate on the House floor right now. These jobs are good enough for America. These are the kind of jobs that we want, high-paying jobs to put people to work, to feed families, to present opportunities for the American people in a country that has seen unemployment far too high for far too long. It's time the hijacking of this agenda end. Let's develop our own energy in North America.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to inquire how many speakers there are on the other side.
Mr. Speaker, if I might ask, I think, how much time do we have left on our side?
Gentleman from Michigan has 1 minute remaining. Gentleman from California has 2 minutes remaining.
So we have 2 speakers, unless you'd like to yield some of your time to us. We still have 2 speakers. So why don't you just have just 1 speaker left? Why don't we do 1 speaker? We'll do one, okay. Finish up.
Gentleman from California, does he continue?
Reserve our time.
He reserves. Gentleman from Michigan.
I will yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Lance.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3. Construction of the Keystone XL pipeline is a significant element of America's all-of-the-above energy policy, and it will help lower energy costs, create jobs, and reduce our dependence on dangerous sources of foreign oil. It's supported by both business and labor alike. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Killer tornadoes in Oklahoma, Hurricane Sandy in New York and the Northeast, droughts in the southwest part of this country, record heat waves are now the new normal. We've seen floods, we've seen wildfires. Haven't you noticed that we've been experiencing a change in the climate, and it hasn't been good? We don't know if all of this is because of greenhouse gases. We do know enough, however, that we don't want tar sands oil to take a chance with the only planet we live in. We want jobs. Of course we want jobs. And we don't say jobs are not good enough if they're working in the pipelines into construction. But we also want to protect this country and this planet. It's the only one we have. And the tar sands are the dirtiest oil we could possibly get. We don't need it. We shouldn't go after it and put ourselves in a greater dependence on a source that will pollute this planet with more greenhouse gases, more carbon emissions, more climate change that will not be something we can look at with pride. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill.
Does the gentleman
yield back the balance of my time?
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of our time to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. And it's coincidental that here we are talking about the environmental concerns that have been over-exaggerated about the Keystone XL pipeline. I stand in strong support of H.R. 3. The President himself has acknowledged that the environmental concerns have been over-exaggerated. This is the right thing to do for America. This is a job-creating opportunity. This is an opportunity to take energy resources from a friendly ally in Canada, use it here in America, or make sure that it goes to our friends and our allies rather than our competitors like the Chinese. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 3 is an important step moved forward in bringing energy independence and security to America, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Time's expired. Debate will continue, and each side will control 15 minutes each. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of H.R. 3, the Northern Route Approval Act. This important legislation would remove roadblocks to allow for the approval and construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, a project that is vital to America's energy future. The Keystone XL pipeline has been tied up by red tape by the Obama administration for nearly 5 years. Just over 1,700 days ago, the application to build this important energy project was submitted to the State Department, and for 1,700 days, American people have been waiting for the Obama administration to stop leading from behind. This bill will create tens of thousands of American jobs at lower energy prices. The building of it will invest billions of dollars into our economy and make America more energy secure. The Keystone XL pipeline will transport over 800,000 barrels of oil per day from Alberta, Canada, down to the American refineries in the Gulf of Mexico. That's half the amount that the U.S. imports from the Middle East. This bill was approved by the Natural Resources Committee with bipartisan support. The provisions under our jurisdiction will help ensure that the construction of this pipeline takes place in a timely manner without the threat of lawsuit or unnecessary delay by the Secretary of Interior. This important project has gone through extensive environmental reviews, including 2 separate EIS and over 15,000 pages of NEPA reviews. President Obama's own State Department has stated that this project will have no significant impacts on the environment. There's no credible reason for the President to continue holding up this project. That's why this project enjoys bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate. It's not a Democrat issue. It's not a Republican issue. Energy security and job creation is an American issue. This administration is the only roadblock that's standing in the way of American jobs, lower energy prices, and increased American energy security. The Northern Route Approval Act makes the Keystone XL pipeline a reality. It declares that no presidential permit shall be required to approve this pipeline, and it prevents the Obama administration from imposing further delays. So I urge my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, to support this important legislation, and I yield back the time that I yielded to me.
Does the gentleman reserve his time?
And then I will reserve the balance of the time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the chairman. Let me begin where the gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman, completed his remarks. We are experiencing climate change. It is very expensive in lives and dollars. It is the result of the way we produce and use energy. We must make these points clear. What we are talking about with this legislation is going further down this dangerous, deadly road. Now, beyond that, this legislation we are considering today represents a complete disregard of the effect of tar sands oil on our environment and our economy. This bill would ask the United States to bear all of the environmental risk without any appreciable rewards. Less than 2 months ago, in Mayflower, Arkansas, a typical American small town, the 2,234 residents of that Arkansas River town learned what we mean by risk from an oil pipeline. As much as 7,000 barrels of oil spilled into neighboring communities and the environment. This oil was tar sands oil. This pipeline was part of this Canadian pipeline system that we were talking about today. But rather than ensuring that if we're going to build the Keystone Pipeline to transport this dirty, particularly dirty oil across the United States, that we first ensure that we have proper protections for our environment. This bill would take us in completely the opposite direction, while doing nothing to ensure that Keystone Oil would enhance our energy security. There's nothing whatsoever in this bill to require that the Keystone Oil actually stay in the United States. The jobs that will be created by this, according to the environmental statement prepared by the U.S. State Department, the jobs that would be created over the long term number in the few dozen, like 35, not in the thousands. Yes, there will be some construction jobs, and I want to assure our working Americans that we want jobs for them. But we want sustainable jobs that come from clean energy. They are available today if we would stop going down this mistaken road. The proposed pipeline would transport tar sands oil from Canada through the United States to free trade zones in Texas for export. All risk, no reward. We're just a bypass. This is not oil that's coming to improve the lives of Americans, to give us energy to power our cars or our industries. No, this is just passing through us with the risk of a spill, with the problems to the environment that might result. It ignores the lessons of the recent Exxon pipeline spill in Arkansas and the tar sands spill in Michigan, does nothing to close a loophole that currently allows tar sands oil to avoid paying taxes into the oil spill cleanup fund. That's right, because this bitumen, this product that comes out of the tar sands, is defined as not oil for the purposes of paying into the oil spill liability trust fund. So it gets a free ride through the United States on its way to foreign countries. If we're going to consider this bill, at least let's use it as an opportunity to close the tar sands loophole and ensure that when the oil spills occur, I'll grant to the other side that this may be a safe pipeline, but there is no such thing as a perfectly safe pipeline. And when the oil spills occur, let's have the money there to clean it up. This bill goes on to declare that a presidential permit is not required for transporter project, and that all requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act, the National Historic Preservation Act, the Endangered Species Act, and the Migratory Bird Treaty would be deemed to have been satisfied, even if they haven't been satisfied. This is a bad deal for our country. This legislation does nothing to guarantee our energy security. All risk, no reward. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the subcommittee dealing with this legislation, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 3 minutes.
And I thank the chairman. I rise in strong support of this legislation. From day one, the Obama administration has inexplicably put up roadblock after roadblock to prevent the construction of the Keystone Pipeline, a pipeline that would create tens of thousands of American jobs and securely bring 800,000 barrels of oil a day to American consumers. And these numbers are according to the administration's own departments of Energy and State. The project also would lead to billions of dollars of investment into the U.S. economy. Besides obstructing the construction of the northern portion of the pipeline, President Obama had no shame in taking credit for construction of the southern section of the pipeline, which did not require his approval. Sadly, Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper has announced that due to delays by the Obama administration, Canada has no choice but to consider alternative options for bringing its oil to market, including constructing a pipeline from Alberta to the Pacific coast for export to China. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity, somebody else will, probably China. After 4 environmental impact statements, all of which have concluded that there will be minimal environmental impacts, the administration continues to stall construction of the pipeline. It would lessen our dependence on foreign oil from dangerous parts of the world by integrating our friendly northern neighbor into our energy economy. With each day that passes, we slowly lose one of the best opportunities this country has had in a generation to secure our energy independence. Since the President refuses to act, Congress will. The Northern Route Approval Act removes the President's veto and will ensure that after years of extensive studies, construction of the pipeline can move forward so America can begin to benefit from this tremendous opportunity. I urge adoption of the act, and I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, a senior member of the committee and one who understands that this pipeline does not help our energy security and puts our environment at risk.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time. This will be, repetition has become sort of the cause celeb here in the House of Representatives. Last week, we totally repealed Obamacare for the 4th time. 33 other times we partially repealed it. Of course, none of those things have come true or happened. And this will be the 7th attempt by the House of Representatives to expedite, or in this case, they've gone one step further, to mandate the building of the XL pipeline. That's right, mandate. We're going to deem that an environmental impact statement done on a very different route is good for this pipeline. Now, if you follow that logic, we could just have one generic environmental impact statement for any project anywhere in the United States of America, and Congress could just deem it to have met the law and the environmental requirements. That's incredible, to go that much further in this political dealing here. Now, what's going to happen? The Canadians, sadly, apparently are going to destroy their boreal forests, which are irreplaceable, to extract one of the dirtiest fossil fuels. They're then going to ship this tar sands oil through a pipeline crossing the United States of America that, as the gentleman said, will be exempt from the excise tax that all other oil companies and pipeline companies pay, American companies, some foreign companies, but everybody else pays it. They'll be exempt. They will not contribute to the oil spill liability trust fund. And it's going to go to a refinery located in a foreign trade zone, not paying export taxes. And that refinery is half owned by the Saudis. And this is going to give us energy independence and lower prices. I mean, is it April Fool's Day? Really? Come on. This is not going to give any American a single penny off per gallon at the pump. I mean, right now we're in the annual traditional Memorial Day price gouging by the oil industry. It just happens magically every May. They're up to do a little periodic maintenance or unexpected maintenance on their plants. Gasoline's gone up 50 cents a gallon on the West Coast in the last 3 weeks. This is not a free market. It's a manipulated market. We pay the so-called world price. So even if this refinery does produce and it will export this product, it's not going to lower the world price, because the Saudis over the last couple of years have tracked our increased oil production with decreases in their oil production to keep the prices high. There are things we could do to bring real relief to American consumers, get the speculators out of the market, and a number of other things we could do that would provide more immediate relief. But this will not provide relief. It will not be a boost for our economy. Yes, there are temporary construction jobs, but guess what? We could create a heck of a lot more construction jobs in this country if we met our obligations to better fund the Surface Transportation Trust Fund and began to deal with the crumbling infrastructure in America. Those would be real jobs that would really benefit this country.
Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to a member of the Natural Resources Committee, a subcommittee chairman, Mr. McClintock of California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, ever since the Arab oil embargoes of the 1970s that ravaged our economy and produced mile-long lines around gas stations, an avowed goal of our nation has been to reduce our reliance on Middle Eastern oil. Well, in addition to the thousands of jobs and billions of dollars of economic activity, the Keystone Pipeline will bring up to 830,000 barrels of Canadian crude oil a day into the American market, about half of what we currently import from the Middle East. Now, that bears repeating. The Keystone Pipeline could cut our reliance on Middle Eastern oil by half all by itself. The left makes much of the fact that our markets are international and some of that oil might enter that market. Well, that's possible, but I think it is far more likely that it will push Middle Eastern oil out of the American market. The fine point is this. In the next international crisis, would you rather rely on Canada or Iraq to meet our petroleum needs?
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, who understands that oil passing through this country on the way to other countries does not improve our energy independence.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. What a wonderful bill. If you happen to be the Canadian oil company that reaps all the benefits, but it comes at the expense of the American economy and the global environment. We should reject this bill out of hand. This sweetheart deal approves the northern route of the Keystone XL pipeline and exempts it from the rigorous public analysis and scientific standards that American companies are held to, including the National Environmental Policy Act, the Clean Water Act, and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, among others. Now, bear in mind that tar sands oil is already exempt from paying into the trust fund that covers oil spill cleanup. So with this bill, my colleagues are saying we should have no front-end environmental protection for this project and no backstop funding for when things go wrong. And things will go wrong. You just have to look at what happened to the Mayflower, Arkansas spill a month ago. When that happens, American taxpayers are going to be on the hook for cleanup, and where is the offset for that? Meanwhile, TransCanada, the Canadian corporation proposing to build this pipeline, is on record before the Canadian Energy Board saying that this project will increase the price of oil in the United States. So let's be very clear about what we're doing. This House is considering a bill to cut corners for a foreign corporation to transport dirty fuel and raise gas prices for Americans. Why would we spend our time on this? Well, we're told it's about jobs. But the fact is, we don't even know how many jobs this pipeline project will create. The estimates are all over the map. You could believe Fox News, which says it will create 1 million jobs, or TransCanada, which says around 13,000 construction jobs, or the State Department, which says it will directly create fewer than 4,000 jobs, and less than 36 of those will be permanent jobs. We don't even know the massive security risks and security costs that this project will foist upon the American taxpayers. At a minimum, we should approve the Connolly Amendment to, at the very least, generate a threat assessment if this bill is to move forward. This bill, colleagues, is a betrayal of our priorities as members of the United States Congress, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm very pleased to yield 1 minute to a gentleman from Oklahoma, another member of the Natural Resources Committee, and somebody that understands the oil industry well, gentleman from Oklahoma.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today as a proud Oklahoman, calling for this body to act on common sense bill that would put this country on the path to energy independence. The Keystone XL pipeline southern route, which runs directly through my congressional district, is already creating good paying jobs back in Oklahoma. I've seen with my own eyes how it's putting millions of dollars into the economies of small towns directly in my district. Mr. Speaker, this is a time for Congress to act. This project has been delayed long enough. We have studied the environmental impact of Keystone over and over again. We know that we can safely transport crude oil from our friends in Canada and sources in the U.S. to our refineries along the Gulf Coast. EPA's latest opposition to the State Department's recent environmental impact review of this project is more the same from this administration, who continues to claim it supports an all-the-above approach, but fails to follow through when it's time to act. Let's put our country on the path to energy independence and off of foreign oil from those countries that do not have our best interests in mind. I urge my fellow members to do what is right, not for the party, but for this country, and vote for H.R. 3. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Grayson.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 90 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, I urge the Republicans on the other side of the aisle to stop faking it. We have a bill here that deems this, deems that, and deems the other thing. A bill that deems that the environmental impact statement required by the National Environmental Policy Act is deemed approved. It's not. A bill that says that the requirements of the Endangered Species Act are deemed satisfied, an opinion deemed issued. They're not. A bill that says that the required right-of-way and temporary use permit under the Mineral Leasing Act is deemed issued. Not. And a bill that says that the requirements of the Water Pollution Control Act and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act are deemed approved and issued. Not. Why are we doing this? While we're at it, why don't we deem a balanced budget? Why don't we deem full employment? Why don't we deem world peace? It's farcical. It's a violation of the separation of powers under the Constitution. It's not our job to deem things. It's our job to pass laws of general application, not favors to foreign oil companies.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Yes, and having been lectured endlessly by the other side about the perfidy of earmarks, we come across a bill here where, in fact, it's an earmark for a foreign oil corporation. We are issuing to a foreign oil corporation a right-of-way that's valued at millions of dollars. When you tell us that you're not in favor of earmarks, when the other side tells us that they're not in favor of earmarks, stop the hypocrisy. I yield.
Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Montana, another member of the Natural Resources Committee.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, it took Canada just 7 months to approve the Keystone XL pipeline. Meanwhile, Americans have been waiting 4.5 years for President Obama to act. Montanans understand how important this project is for our economy and for our energy future. In eastern Montana, we've seen the tremendous potential for jobs and economic growth that comes with oil production in the Bakken field. In fact, this pipeline will transport up to 100,000 barrels per day of Bakken oil. That is Montana and North Dakota oil through a connecting on-ramp in Baker, Montana. And in Glasgow, Montana, the Norval Electric Co-op is slated to supply electricity to one of the Keystone XL pump stations. Let me tell you what this means to middle-class, hard-working Americans. If this pipeline is built, this rural electric co-op will be able to spread their cost burdens so that the pipeline, and consequently supplying the electricity to that pipeline, will hold rates steady for their 3,000 customers. But if the pipeline is not approved, Norval customers will see upwards of a 40% increase in their utility rates over the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, if the President is unwilling to listen to the voice of the people, then the House will. It's time to build the Keystone XL pipeline.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask the time remaining on each
Gentleman
side?
from New Jersey has 3 1/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Michigan from Washington has 7 1/2 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm very pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Hurt.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership on this important issue. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of the Northern Route Approval Act, another House initiative to pave the way for construction of the Keystone Pipeline. I support this measure because approval of the pipeline will lead to lower fuel prices and it will create jobs. As I've traveled my district, my rural Virginia 5th District, I have spoken with our small business owners, our small farmers, our volunteers, our students, our parents, and there can be no question but that the energy policies coming out of Washington under this president are hurting our local communities. That is why the immediate approval of the Keystone Pipeline is so important, because it will reduce our dependence on foreign dictators. It will give us affordable energy and will create the jobs that we desperately need. After 4 long years, this bipartisan plan to create jobs and lower fuel prices should wait no longer. It is high time for the President to heed the wishes of the American people. Stop the excuses and approve the Keystone Pipeline. Thank the Chair. I yield back my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
I continue to reserve until the other side is ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Chairman, if I may inquire, do I hear my friend from New Jersey has only 1 speaker left?
I believe that. Yes, I believe that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I hope that belief is true then. You're waiting, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I have only 1 more speaker, so if the gentleman is prepared to close, then he'll close, and I have 1 more speaker left.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, as we've heard, this is a bill that gives a Canadian company a sweetheart deal. It deems that all of the conditions have been met, even if they haven't been. It takes a very dirty product, ships it through the United States, where we bear the risk of an oil spill. It's shipped to other countries. The U.S. consumer, the U.S. business person, the U.S. economy derives little to no benefit from this. All risk, no reward. The TransCanada Keystone Pipeline, the existing part of it, which would be connected to this proposed pipeline, experienced 12 separate oil spills in 2010. In the United States, there are typically more than 3 million gallons spilled from pipelines.
So don't tell me that this is without risk. And as for helping the economy, we would like to have good, long-lasting jobs for Americans. This is not the way to do it. It does not do it. The long-lasting jobs number in the dozens, not the thousands. So this very dirty oil will not increase U.S. energy security. It certainly will not lower energy prices, which are determined on the world market and through various manipulations here. So this clearly is not in the interest of the American consumer or American business. There's nothing in this bill to require that oil from this pipeline stay in the United States. There's nothing to close the tax loophole that allows tar sands oil to avoid paying for oil cleanup. In fact, I note with some irony here that some members of the majority who have spoken today in favor of this legislation to expedite the pipeline construction have asked the chairman of Ways and Means to fix this oil spill liability trust fund loophole. In other words, to see that tar sands, this is not exempt from paying into the oil spill trust fund. But the irony is they don't want to fix it now. They want to fix it sometime in the future in a as yet imaginative or conjectural tax reform. So if they really wanted to fix it, this would be the time to do it. Rather than to take a bill and ask for streamline, no questions asked approval. Take the executive branch out of the decision, give this sweetheart deal to the Canadian company, and close the books. We would regret it if that happened. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman from Washington has 6.5 minutes.
I am very pleased to yield the balance of my time to the Majority Whip, the gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of this bill. Now, if you're like me and you go across the country, you want to listen to the American people. And two things they talk about when you tell them you're a member of Congress. They'll first say, where are the jobs? They'll second talk about Washington and say, why can't you work together? Why can't you solve this problem together? And it's not always often that we get to mesh those two together on the exact same day. But you know, today's the opportunity. Last week, I watched our President of the United States go to a small business. I love it when he goes to a small business. I was a small business owner. He went to a small business to talk about job creation. What to move America forward. I'll be frank, lots of times my philosophy doesn't see the same as this president. But I want to work together, especially when we agree. So I listened to his words and I listened to him closely. Because he talked about what was holding back job creation in America. And I quote, the president said, one of the problems that we had in the past is that sometimes it takes too long to get projects off the ground. There are all these permits and red tape and planning and this and that. And some of it's important to do, but we could do it faster. You know what? I agreed with these words of President Obama. And I looked for what could make that change. And you know, when he spoke at that small business, it just so happened the CEO of that small business was there with him. But you know where he was 24 hours before? He was right here in Congress. He was here testifying as that small business, what could get America moving. You know what he talked about? Build the Keystone Pipeline. Build it. So when the president said that sometimes projects take too long to get off the ground, I think he was referring to if it was more than 1,700 days, that was too long. When the President said that there's too much red tape, some's important, but we could do it faster, I think the President probably meant that 15,000 pages of review that we've done for Keystone is probably too much. So there's a unique ability that, yes, we can move something that can create 20,000 jobs in America today. You know what? We could be less reliant on the Middle East for our energy as well. But you know what's more important when you listen to American people? They say, why can't we do this in a bipartisan manner? You know what? It'll come off this floor in a bipartisan vote. But you question, can it come off the Senate? Well, you know what? The majority of the senators have voted for it. 17 Democrats on the other side as well. So I stand today as the majority whip saying, I agreed with President Obama's words. The only thing that is missing is the action. Today we will do our job, we'll send it to the Senate, and it will be the start of a new beginning. To put people before politics and jobs and bipartisan forward. And I yield the opportunity to do it, and I yield back.
Good job. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the time.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of amendments in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committees on Transportation and Infrastructure, Energy and Commerce, and Natural Resources printed in the bill, it shall be in order to consider as an original bill for the purpose of amendment under the 5-minute rule an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 113-11. That amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read. No amendment to that amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be in order except those printed in House Report 113-88. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1 printed in the House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Weber of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing me to speak in favor of my amendment on this very important legislation. I want to thank Mr. Terry for leading on an issue that is crucial to our economic recovery and our energy future. Rather than wait around for further delays, 1,700 days and counting, and excuses from the President, Mr. Terry has taken action to deliver the jobs and energy security that this administration so frequently promises to the American people. Last week marked 1,700 days. That's 4.65 years since the first permit application was filed for. Now, let me put that in perspective. I have a granddaughter that'll be 2 years old in July. Had she been born when this permit was filed, she would be entering kindergarten this coming fall. Her name is Kate Liberty, by the way. She's the cutest thing this side of the Atlantic. During that time, the State Department has produced, as the whip said, over 15,000 pages of environmental impact assessment, which have been endlessly discussed, debated, and deconstructed. Hundreds of thousands of public comments were made on these documents, and public meetings were held across the country in multiple states. However, in 2012, President Obama rejected the first permit application for Keystone XL pipeline, claiming that the deadline which required him to make a decision prevented a full assessment of the pipeline's impact. I would conclude, and I'm sure most of you would agree, that the State Department study of Keystone XL has gone far and above and beyond the threshold required of a, quote, full assessment, end quote. In fact, this unprecedented degree of scrutiny has led many to conclude that the Keystone XL is the most studied pipeline in our nation's history. Despite this exhaustive environmental review, the administration has yet to make a decision on a project that will create American jobs, stimulate the economy, and enhance our energy security. In the meantime, opponents of the project continue to rely on false assumptions and misconceptions to urge its rejection. My amendment simply sets the record straight on these accounts by adding findings of our own State Department that attest to the safety and environmental soundness of this project. There are those who oppose the project saying it hasn't been studied enough. That's laughable. That we are proceeding hastily. 4.5 years, really? 4.5 years and 15,000 pages prove otherwise. Others allege that the pipeline is a safety risk. The State Department findings prove these allegations unfounded. In fact, the State Department concluded that it has 57 extra safety features, and with that, the Keystone XL would have a degree of safety over any other domestic pipeline. There are those who try to argue that the pipeline would threaten water resources, wildlife, and the communities along the route. However, the State Department disagrees, concluding that there would be, quote, no significant impacts, end quote, to resources along the proposed route. Some insist that the pipeline will lead to increased greenhouse gas emissions and that halting the project will somehow combat global warming or reduce carbon emissions. However, again, our State Department's estimates of incremental emissions associated with the project are marginal and would have negligible impact on climate change, if any. Moreover, the State Department concluded that Canadian oil sands productions will continue regardless of whether or not we build the Keystone. A global oil market and the statements of Canadian officials reinforce this reality. The science supports approval of Keystone XL, and I agree. Given the facts, I see no reason the administration should make the American people wait any longer for a project whose construction will support up to 40,000 jobs and generate $2 billion in earnings. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from California, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to take the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
This amendment selects some statements from the State Department's draft supplemental environmental impact statement to try to suggest that the Keystone XL tar sands pipeline poses no threat to the environment. I only wish that were the case. This is a matter of basic chemistry. Tar sands don't contain oil. It takes a lot of energy to melt and process the tar sands into something that we can use like oil. That extra energy means more carbon pollution. The State Department estimated that a gallon of gasoline from tar sands is responsible for about 17% more carbon pollution than the average U.S. gallon of gasoline. And it estimated that shifting to tar sands crude could add as much U.S. carbon pollution as 4.5 million more vehicles. Not surprisingly, these findings are not in this amendment. But the real problem with this amendment isn't what it leaves out. The real problem is that it tries to argue that the Keystone XL tar sands pipeline does not pose real and serious environmental harm, and that's dangerously wrong. The fact is, we may be able to avoid the worst consequences of climate change, or we may be able to fully develop the tar sands without capturing the carbon, but we can't have both. And building Keystone XL is critical to oil companies' plans to triple production of the tar sands. The State Department's review rests on a key assumption. They assumed that if Keystone XL isn't built, the additional tar sands production would be moved by rail. They also assumed that the extra cost of rail wouldn't be high enough to affect investments in new tar sands projects. With all due respect to the State Department, this is one case where many experts think they have just got it wrong. A recent Reuters report found big flaws in the State Department's analysis. Among other things, State assumed that rail shipment would cost about $10 per barrel, but current costs are closer to $30 per barrel. The former Alberta energy minister said, "If there's something that kept me up at night, it would be the fear that before too long we're going to be landlocked in bitumen," end quote. A Deloitte report said, quote, "Unless key transportation challenges are overcome, that new oil will have nowhere to go," end quote. And here's TD Economics, quote, "Production growth cannot occur unless some of the planned pipeline projects out of Western Canada go ahead," end quote. And here's what AJM Petroleum Consultants have said: "Unless we get increased market access, like with Keystone XL, we're going to be stuck. Our production is going to be the one backed out of the system." And here's what the former editor of Oil Week said: "Essential to a diminishing hopes for an oil sands bonanza are 3 proposed pipelines." The Canadian Energy Research Institute said, quote, "With Keystone XL in place and operating at capacity, bitumen production could increase substantially," end quote. Keystone XL pipeline is the key to enabling a massive increase in tar sands production and locking in our dependence on this very dirty oil. This would be catastrophic for the climate. This amendment tries to downplay the climate impacts of Keystone XL, but even under the State Department's flawed analysis, there isn't another project in America with bigger climate impacts. I urge a no vote on this Weber amendment and on H.R. 3, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, how much time?
1 minute.
1 minute. Well, I appreciate the gentleman from California's comments. It's interesting that we are going to belie the State Department's assessment when it's advantageous to the argument, but we're going to try to rely on it. When it's not advantageous, but try to rely on it. It's admirable that he's concerned about the cost per barrel of bitumen. I own a small business, and by golly, the oil companies that produce jobs and wealth for this company will decide on whether it's too costly. The previous gentleman from New Jersey said there was no proof that even the oil would stay here in this country. Well, I submit to you, Mr. Chairman, and esteemed members. To what company do we say we don't want you exporting your products? Do you tell Nike that? Do you tell Ford that? Who do you tell that? And then to his statements that it's going to increase greenhouse gases, the experts have done the math and they come up with, if at all, it raises 1/100,000th of a degree Fahrenheit in global warming. And finally, we heard testimony from the experts in our hearing, saves 400 to 500 trucks a day off the highway, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from California has 30 seconds.
Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, the issue is if we don't build this pipeline, can those tar sands oil be trucked? Can they be taken to market? And I submit that if we don't build these tar sands pipeline, they're not going to be able to afford to truck it anywhere else. They're trying to get us to help bail them out with this dirty tar sands oil so they can use the United States to help Canadian oil production, and we ought to say no.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment.
I request the yeas and nays, please.
As the gentleman asked for a recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition in support of the amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Waxman of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman, and a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, this month we passed a grim milestone. Scientists recorded atmospheric concentration of carbon dioxide of more than 400 parts per million. The last time carbon dioxide concentrations were at that level was 3 million years ago. Seas were 60 feet higher, and human beings did not even exist. This milestone is yet another urgent reminder that we need to take immediate action to build a clean energy, low carbon future. The Keystone XL pipeline takes us precisely in the wrong direction. This pipeline will expedite production of the dirtiest and most carbon-intensive crude oil on the planet and lock in our dependence on this dirty fuel for decades to come. I'm strongly opposed to the Keystone XL pipeline for that reason. But if the House is going to pass a bill that approves the Keystone XL pipeline, the least we can do is try to minimize the harm. That's the point of this amendment. Tar sands don't contain oil. It takes a lot of energy to melt and process the tar sands into something that we can use like oil. That extra energy means more carbon pollution. This isn't in dispute, although we hear arguments that it is, but it is not in dispute. The State Department has estimated that a gallon of gasoline from tar sands is responsible for about 17% more carbon pollution than the average U.S. gallon of gasoline. Other studies suggest that numbers could be even higher. To protect our nation from droughts, wildfires, extreme weather, we need to be reducing carbon pollution. But according to the State Department, using tar sands crude from Keystone XL could increase U.S. carbon pollution by up to 20 million metric tons per year. That's why the Keystone Pipeline is a huge step in the wrong direction. My amendment simply holds TransCanada and the tar sands producers accountable for their carbon pollution. It says that they have to reduce other carbon pollution to offset the extra pollution from Keystone XL. This won't get us closer to meeting our climate goals and building a clean energy future, but at least we won't be increasing the U.S. carbon pollution. This amendment is not a cure-all. Approving Keystone XL will allow the oil industry to triple tar sands production. During the Energy and Commerce Committee hearing on this bill, we heard testimony that there is no plausible scenario in which tar sands production triples and we don't avoid a catastrophic level of climate change. So make no mistake, even with this amendment, the Keystone XL pipeline would be a disaster for the climate. But this amendment would help. It would minimize extra carbon pollution. It would send a message to the tar sands producers and Alberta that they need to do a lot more to address climate change. And it would signal that the United States government takes the threat of climate change seriously. We need to start holding oil executives accountable for the pollution that is threatening our health and welfare. We need to make the polluters accountable for the damage they are inflicting on our children and our grandchildren. Our generation has an obligation to protect the earth for future generations. This amendment is at least a small step in that direction. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to vote no on the final bill, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from California reserved.
Mr.
Gentleman
Chairman,
from Nebraska.
Rise in opposition and claim the time.
And, gentleman's recognized.
I'll ask the gentleman if he's... Did you yield back?
No.
Then I reserve.
The gentleman from Nebraska to reserve.
I'm going to close. I have no other speakers, and so I reserve.
Mr. Chairman, I'd
the
like
gentleman
to
from California has 1 minute remaining.
Who has the right to close on this amendment?
The gentleman from Nebraska has the right to close on this amendment.
Okay. Well, my colleagues, I think that this amendment says if you're going to go ahead with this pipeline, at least look for other ways to reduce carbon emissions. Put the burden on Canada XL, Keystone XL pipeline producers, and Alberta, Canada. Don't just accept all the pollution if it can be minimized by other carbon reductions. That will help reduce the harm that this whole project will cause for the climate change that's threatening us, that we're seeing it today throughout this country, every day in the news. It will help minimize aggravating that problem. It's not a solution, but it's a way that we can say that if we're going to have the XL pipeline, at least get some offsets on carbon so that we're not just increasing it to the maximum levels possible of all the greenhouse gases that are going into the air. So I urge support for this amendment and yield back the balance.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And two realities here. Number one is that on the processes of obtaining the bitumen, the crude that comes will be put into the pipeline, that process is becoming more efficient all the time and decreasing its carbon footprint. But what's produced is equal to a heavy crude. That's what the State Department, under the appropriate rules, stated or concluded based on the environmental impact studies that it's in essence equal to what we're importing from Venezuela today. So it's in essence neutral. Now, that's the State Department's own conclusions and analysis that it would have no real impact on climate change. So the study's been completed, and this amendment's not necessary. It's just another way to keep delaying, and I would request a no vote. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I just yielded back, but if the chair allows me to reclaim.
By unanimous consent, the gentleman may reclaim.
All right.
My question to you is how would this delay the project? It simply says as they develop this pipeline, they have to look for other ways. They can then start figuring that out without delaying the project, as I understand it.
Okay, and we interpreted that requesting that information could be used as a tool to further delay it, and that's how we've reached that conclusion. They've used so many things to delay this already that we're just suspicious that this would be another opportunity. So at that point, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about profits over people. This bill puts Koch brothers' profits above people's health. No one knows how much air pollution this pipeline will cause or how the pollution will impact public health. My amendment, which has been endorsed by the National Resources Defense Council and by the Sierra Club, is common sense. I'm simply requesting a thorough analysis of the potential health risks. I'm essentially asking that analysis be completed before any decision is made on the pipeline. Even though the State Department has submitted 2 environmental impact statements on the Keystone XL pipeline, the Environmental Protection Agency has found that neither statement included a satisfactory evaluation of the increased air pollution that would come as a result of the pipeline's operation. Communities surrounding the oil refineries that would be transporting raw tar sands crude through this proposed pipeline are already exposed to dirty air. Approval of the Keystone XL pipeline will only make it worse. The raw tar sands crude is more toxic and acidic than other types of crude, Mr. Speaker. Raw tar sands crude produces significantly more harmful pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions than conventional crude oil due to the complex refining process it must go through before it reaches the gas pumps. As this type of crude has only been exported to the United States from Canada for a relatively short period of time, there has not been a thorough study on how its transport would affect air quality in our nation. It is troubling that the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, which would transport 900,000 barrels of this crude oil daily, should take place before such a study that would evaluate its effects on health has ever been done. We have a responsibility to the American people to properly assess what risk the construction of this pipeline may pose to our health. It would be irresponsible of us to sweep these concerns under the rug just to rush this project to the finish line. Valid questions have been raised about the health risks associated with the increased air pollution this pipeline will produce, and these questions deserve legitimate answers. For this reason, I'm requesting that a study on the health impacts of raw tar sands crude pollution, the health impacts of raw tar sands crude pollution in our communities surrounding the refineries where the Keystone XL pipeline will operate. I urge my colleagues to share my commitment to safeguarding Americans' health, and I ask that you approve my amendment and allow for such a study to be done before we make any decision on the pipeline's construction.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I will reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
To rise in opposition and claim the time, and I'll reserve.
The gentleman is recognized. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, and I rise in opposition of this study, and it requires another additional study around the refineries. Keep in mind that the refineries have already been through extensive research and studies to obtain their permits. Yes, the refineries, many of them are expanding right now, also under the tutelage and permitting processes of the EPA. They're already being studied. It's not necessary to then include it as a condition precedent to the construction of the Keystone Pipeline, which is the essence of what this bill does. The gentleman from Georgia mentioned that the two people that are entities that are encouraging this amendment are the two entities that have been at the forefront of causing most of these delays. So it's no surprise to me that the Sierra Club and the NRDC are throwing another tool out there to continue these delays. That's the whole purpose. And after 1,700 days, almost 5 years, 3 major environmental studies on this pipeline, it's time to just get this done. Enough is enough, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from Georgia.
Vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Connolly of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this common sense amendment that seeks to protect the pipeline from a possible terrorist attack and to ensure our national security. This simple amendment requests that the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, in consultation with the Department of Homeland Security, consistent with its existing MOU, conduct a study of the vulnerabilities of the Keystone XL pipeline to a terrorist attack and certify that necessary protections have been put in place. Across the United States, more than 500,000 miles of pipelines transport natural gas, oil, and other hazardous liquids. Within this network, nearly 180,000 miles of pipeline carry hazardous liquids, including more than 75% of our country's crude oil and 60% of all of its petroleum products. This important network connects our power plants, ports, refineries, airports, and military bases. While these pipelines are no doubt critical to the U.S. energy supply, we must also recognize the potential threat. Sadly, as the recent bombing in Boston, my hometown, demonstrated, America must always be on the alert to a terrorist attack on our own soil, sometimes even a native-born one. All it takes is a few bad actors to inflict terrible damage. Unfortunately, our nation's pipelines remain an easy target. Both domestically and globally, pipelines have been a favorite of terrorists. There have been attempted attacks on pipelines throughout the world, including in Colombia, Canada, London, Nigeria, Mexico, to name a few. The Caño Limón oil field in Colombia has been bombed more than 950 times since 1993, for example. Here in the United States, fortunately, we don't face that kind of threat every day, but the threat is still real. Since September 11th, federal authorities have continued to acknowledge that our pipelines are a possible target. In June of 2007, the Department of Justice actually arrested members of another terrorist group planning to attack jet fuel pipelines and storage containers at JFK Airport in New York. In 2011, a U.S. citizen was arrested for planting an improvised explosive device under a pipeline in Oklahoma. And in June of 2012, a man was arrested for trying to blow up a pipeline in Texas. Even a single individual with a grudge can wreak havoc with a pipeline and cause substantial harm. In 2001, a vandal armed with a high-powered rifle shot a section of the Trans-Alaska pipeline, causing extensive economic and environmental damage. Recognizing that this threat is real, my simple amendment asks that the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Administration work with Homeland Security to study the vulnerabilities of the Keystone Pipeline and certify the protections are put in place to withstand such attacks. If constructed, the Keystone will represent a 1,700-mile target. The very least we can do, if we're going to do that, is to ensure we have protections in place to protect both the source of our energy and our national security, and I reserve the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
I do rise in opposition to the amendment. My good friend from Virginia, I understand his need to make sure that our pipelines are safe, but this amendment is redundant of existing Transportation Security Administration guidelines. It's unnecessary and simply attempts to further delay the project. TSA guidelines bring a risk-based approach to the application of the security measures throughout the pipeline industry. As stated in the National Infrastructure Protection Plan, DHS assesses risk as a function of threats, vulnerabilities, and consequences. With this in mind, the most effective security programs employ a risk management process that facilitates protective planning and decision-making to migrate the risk for pipeline assets. The operator's risk assessment methodology is subject to review by the TSA. Therefore, risk and vulnerabilities of pipelines are already covered under current guidelines. There is no need to specifically single out this pipeline for further study. Clearly, this is intended to delay Keystone Pipeline from being built, so I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized. He has a minute and a half.
I thank the chair, and I would simply say in response to my friend from Pennsylvania, for whom I have great respect, that the review process is not redundant, because the review process looks at a lot of things: stress corrosion, improper operation, weather-related disaster, even vandalism. It does not, however, address acts of terrorism. And that's why I do not believe that my amendment is redundant. And frankly, in light of recent events in this country, we must double check and be double sure that that which we build, as sensitive as a pipeline, is secure. And I think Americans are entitled to that extra security. I don't consider it a redundancy, and I urge passage of the amendment. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed
Mr. Chairman?
to. The gentleman from Virginia.
On that matter, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment that's designated as Amendment Number 5 in the rule.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Ray Hall of West Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Ray Hall, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I'm offering this amendment on behalf of myself and Peter DeFazio of Oregon. This amendment simply strikes Section 3 of the bill. This is a section which states that the Keystone XL pipeline does not require a permit to cross the international border between Canada and the United States. Under this amendment, all other provisions of the bill remain intact, including those relating to judicial review, rights of way, and the Clean Water Act. I believe that getting into the business of waiving permits for a foreign company to do business here in the United States is not the way to facilitate the construction of this pipeline. American interests are at stake here, and to allow this extensive, massive pipeline project to proceed with a permit is ludicrous. As I said in comments earlier today, we do not even do that for domestic companies here in this country. Section 3 also creates a very convoluted and confusing regime. It references a final environmental impact statement issued on August 26, 2011 as satisfying NEPA for the project. Yet that EIS was done for a different permit application than the one currently pending. I repeat, that EIS was done for a different permit application than the one that's currently pending. In February 2012, TransCanada split the project into 2 pieces, a northern route and a southern route. The company then, on May 4, 2012, reapplied for a permit for the revised route, limiting it to the northern route that is the subject of H.R. 3. Yet the pending legislation references an EIS from August 2011, again for an entirely different permit application. As a supporter of the Keystone Pipeline, I find it difficult to see how this convoluted process set forth in Section 3 would facilitate the construction. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from West Virginia reserves. Does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition of the amendment and yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Terry.
Thank you. And
gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I want to clarify that that was done for a different permit. The study that was done that's referenced in there is the environmental study and the requested supplemental for the route except for the state of Nebraska. There's another sentence in there that he didn't mention, and that the now second supplemental for the state of Nebraska new review. There was an earlier statement that there was never one done on the Nebraska. That's just absolutely false. So the reality is we've done all of the environmental statements on this route for this permit that were required. So I want to make that clear. And the other point that I'd like to make is the language that's taken in this bill about deeming it in the national interest and deeming the environmental studies as they've been done for this route in total have been done before, including to the language taken out of a bill that the gentleman that's speaking right now supported in 2004, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from West Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the gentleman from Nebraska's comments. I understand the EIS to which he refers was done for the state of Nebraska, but not for the current pending application. I yield the balance of my time to the co-sponsor of the amendment, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding on this. You know, I spoke earlier today. This is the seventh attempt by this House to expedite, or now, in this case, we're not expediting permitting, we are mandating permitting. Now, the gentleman just said that, you know, that there's some disagreement here. The bill clearly states that it's the 2011 DEIS, which is deemed to be sufficient, which does not contain the current routing for the line. I mean, we could create somewhat of an extraordinary precedent here. We could just have one generic national pipeline EIS that was done somewhere for something and went through the process and was approved, and then deem that any other pipeline that wants to be built can use that generic pipeline permit. That would certainly expedite things. Would that protect the public? No, I'm sorry, I don't have enough time. But no, I'm sorry, I don't have enough time. I don't.
Well, that would be correct.
Yeah, well, and that, you know, we would just deem that pipelines anywhere and everywhere met national interest, public safety, and that. I also raised the point earlier that this will transport tar sands oil through a pipeline which the IRS has deemed not to be oil, so it won't pay the normal excise tax to go to the trust fund, which takes care of leaks like the one we just recently had in Kansas. It will go to a tax-free export zone to a refinery half owned by Saudi Arabia, and this will bring us energy independence. Independence from whom? You know, every time we pump up another barrel, the Saudis and OPEC drop a barrel. They're keeping the price up. There's no free market in oil. You guys all know that. This is not going to save Americans 1 penny at the pump. If you want to stop, you know, save Americans money at the pump, let's go after the speculators on Wall Street who are adding 75 cents or $1 to the price of a gallon of gas. Let's go after the collusion by the oil companies who shut down all the refineries all at once every year at the beginning of the refining season for periodic maintenance, which they couldn't predict was going to happen, or sometimes there's a little accident. Except it turned out last year with an investigation, they weren't really shut down. They just jacked up the price 50 cents a gallon like they always do in May, and just like they did 2 weeks ago. So to pretend that somehow, by deeming this to be sufficient, mandating it happen, allowing a foreign company to build this pipeline across the United States of America, transport tar sands oil to a refinery half owned by the Saudis to be exported out of the United States, perhaps to China. Over there you're saying, oh, we don't want to go to China. Well, it may well go to China. Go through the Panama Canal. You're not going to stop that. And is going to save the American taxpayers money at the pump and put people to work. Yes, there will be temporary construction jobs, but we can do better, particularly as this committee. If we made the investments we need to make in our water infrastructure, our port infrastructure, our roads, bridges, highways, and transit systems, we could put millions of people to work permanently in this country and rebuild our infrastructure and once again claim world leadership there. We got better things for this committee to be doing.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment guts the bill by eliminating the section that 1, declares that no presidential permit is needed for TransCanada's Keystone XL pipeline, and 2, deems the lengthy environmental reviews already completed as satisfying the requirements of national EPA and the National Historic Preservation. Given that this project has already had 5 years of studying, Section 3 is necessary to ensure the Keystone XL project is done in a timely manner, and we need these American jobs. I yield the balance of the time to Chairman of the full Transportation Infrastructure Committee from Pennsylvania, Mr. Schuster.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Denham. My good friend from Oregon is right about this committee building infrastructure, but there's nothing more important right now than making sure our pipelines are in place to bring the energy safely to millions of Americans and efficiently to millions of Americans. So this is a core of what this committee does. That's why we have primary jurisdiction. That's why we're here debating this issue today. But this bill simply takes back congressional authority, constitutional congressional authority, for us to be able to pass legislation to move things forward, and in this case, to move this pipeline forward. This process was set up an executive order taking away congressional authority. So I am very, very proud and pleased to stand here today and to urge my colleagues to take a vote today to take back part of our constitutional congressional authority, move this pipeline forward, creating jobs and giving us more energy security in the world. And with that, I yield back to the
gentleman from California is recognized.
Urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from West Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not
Mr. Chairman, I
agreed
ask for
to.
the yeas and nays. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from West Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Ms. Esty of Connecticut.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Esty, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Thank you, and I yield myself 2 minutes. My amendment would strike the words operation and maintenance from Section 7 of the bill. This section requires the Army Corps of Engineers to approve all permits under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act and Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act within 90 days of receipt of a permit application. To mandate approval of all permits would apply regardless of whether the project meets the needs of the law or not, and would cover not only the initial construction of the project, but takes the unprecedented step of applying to all future operation and maintenance in perpetuity. Not only is this unprecedented, it is unwarranted and reckless. Each time the House has debated the Keystone XL pipeline, the focus has always been on expediting the construction. This amendment does not affect or delay construction. I repeat, this amendment does not affect or delay construction of the pipeline. Whether you support the pipeline or not, Section 7 goes far beyond that. It would require the Corps to grant any permit request for operation and maintenance of the pipeline for all eternity. We do not provide this special treatment to any other pipeline operator in the U.S. Domestic companies are required to go through the proper process for obtaining permits for construction, operation, and maintenance activities. Why would we treat a foreign company differently and give them a free pass through a multi-decade lifespan of the pipeline? My amendment would eliminate this reckless loophole and a few others to ensure that all operation and maintenance activities on this pipeline, should it be built, are subject to the same review and mitigation requirements that the other 2.6 million miles of pipeline in the United States must meet. I urge members to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Connecticut, the gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
This amendment would further delay the Keystone XL pipeline and create additional uncertainty for the project. This amendment would basically gut the bill by allowing the construction but not the operation of the pipeline. It makes absolutely no sense for the federal government to permit a project to be constructed but not operated. This would be like getting a building permit to construct a house but not being able to certify the occupancy to actually live in the house. This pipeline will be subject to continued oversight by the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, the Corps, and other regulators to ensure that the operators are complying with the project's permit requirements. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to my colleague, the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Lipinski.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I thank Ms. Esty for yielding, for offering this amendment. I've always been a supporter of Keystone XL pipeline. I have voted for it every time it has come to this floor in any form that has come here. However, this bill goes beyond simply completing the environmental review and presidential approval of the pipeline. The bill mandates that the Army Corps and other agencies approve permits not just for construction, but for all future maintenance activities on the pipeline. Army Corps review of permits is important to limiting environmental damage and other impacts like flooding. The southern portion of this pipeline, which I'm very happy is underway, is currently being constructed without having to waive laws and automatically approve permits like this. I urge members to support this amendment, and we can really come together in a strong bipartisan fashion to approve the Keystone XL pipeline, get this done, and get these jobs created in America. Now I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. When a version of this amendment was offered in committee, the majority opposed it, claiming that the Corps permits are intended to cover both the construction and the ongoing operation and maintenance of a project. This is simply not accurate. Following the markup, I consulted with the Army Corps, which stated very clearly that ongoing operation and maintenance activities beyond the initial 5 years are not authorized under the initial permit for construction of the project. In fact, according to the Corps, operations and maintenance activities that occur in the future beyond the initial 5 years need to be authorized under a separate permit at the time the activity takes place. In addition, any permit that is issued today by the Corps for construction or maintenance would expire in 5 years and need to be renewed. And I have a copy of the Army Corps' explanatory decision document, Nationwide Permit 12, describing the permitting procedures, and I ask unanimous consent that it be entered into the record. So the language in the underlying bill would give construction at all future operation and maintenance under the Clean Water Act and the Rivers and Harbors Act get a free pass from review by requiring the Corps to approve them, regardless of whether they minimize or mitigate the impacts. In addition, this amendment would eliminate another loophole to ensure that operation and maintenance activities comply with the Endangered Species Act, just like all other pipelines. Further, the amendment would strike maintenance from Section 4 on judicial review to prevent a small family farmer or a property owner from being forced to travel to a D.C. court to seek redress from future harm to their land or to their children's rights for the duration of the lifespan of this pipeline. Regardless of your views on the construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my common sense amendment to prevent new loopholes and quite possibly to prevent the creation of a regulatory earmark for one foreign corporation. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back my time.
The gentlelady's previous requests will be covered by general leave, and the gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California, for what purpose does he rise?
Rise to closing remarks, Mr. Chairman. Yield the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Schuster, the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the gentleman, I thank the chairman, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Once again, this amendment is nothing more than to delay or gut the bill, and it is correct what the gentlelady from Connecticut says, that this amendment does not impact the construction at all. It does not. But as the gentleman from California pointed out, and I think all those that are listening to debate today, this is the analogy here is if you build a house, this amendment would say you can't live in the house. You can't operate in the house. So again, this amendment is nothing more than gutting the bill. It's a delay tactic. And as I said earlier, this bill allows Congress to regain its constitutional congressional authority, and Congress has the expressed authority under Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution, and I quote, to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states. So this bill does that. I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and yes on the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Connecticut will be postponed.
Thank you.
It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 7, printed in House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Texas.
I thank the chairman very much, and I thank the respective authors of this legislation because I know that their intent is a purposeful intent, and I have made public statements that I believe that the moving forward with the right approach, ensuring that the necessary protections are in place, the necessary environmental protections are in place, and permitting is in place, will create an enormous amount of jobs. In fact, I oppose the rule because I had offered amendments that would provide opportunities for minority contractors, women-owned contractors, opportunities for recruitment of new generation of workers in the energy industry, which I thought would be a contributing factor to this legislation. But I offer a very simple amendment that has nothing to do with stopping any aspect of the construction. I would hope, however, that the regular order would proceed with the State Department's permitting process and the President's approval. But my amendment does not speak to that. My amendment is an amendment that seeks to simply be fair, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple, straightforward. It extends the time period for filing a claim arising under the Act from 60 days to 1 year after the date of the decision or action giving rise to the claim. This amendment is especially needed because H.R. 3, the underlying bill, vests exclusive jurisdiction over any and all claims arising under the Act in a single court, the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, thousands of miles from many of those who may be impacted. Think about that. The Keystone Pipeline is proposed to run from Alberta, Canada, through the great states of North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and my state of Texas, and all the way to the Gulf. And maybe there is some collateral impact as well. And the only court in the country authorized to hear the claims of any resident of any of these states who seek justice for a legally cognizable claim or injury is located more than 1,000 miles away from their homes. Mr. Chairman, they cannot go to a district court. They cannot go to the Southern District. This will impose an undue hardship and financial burdens on ordinary Americans seeking justice. Instead, the bill requires them to find and retain a high-priced D.C. lawyer that they don't know, may have never met, to represent their interests in a court far, far away. Another reason for extending the time period in which to file, remember this is after the passage, construction of this particular entity, to file a claim from 60 days to 1 year, because by lodging jurisdiction in D.C. Court of Appeals, the burden of proof and persuasion is shifted from the governmental and corporate actors involved to the homeowners, small businesses, individuals bringing legal rights, grandma, grandpa, and all of those individuals will have to travel 1,000 miles. This is because the burden that must be shouldered by a plaintiff is very steep. To challenge factual and evidentiary determinations made in an environmental impact statement, for example, a plaintiff must demonstrate that they are not supported by substantial evidence in the record considered as a whole. To meet the standard, plaintiffs will have to retain experts, locate and prepare witnesses, and gather and review documentary materials. I'm going to reserve my time at this time, but I will say I hope in a bipartisan way we can get to where all of us would like to be, ensuring that we have a constructive project for all Americans. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves her time. For what purpose, gentlemen, seek time?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Who seeks time? Gentleman
I
from
will
California.
reserve for my close, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from California reserves his time to close.
Does the gentleman have any other speakers? Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from California has the right to close.
And does the gentleman have any other speakers but himself?
Gentlemen have any other speakers?
I am reserving for my personal close.
Gentleman is reserving to close.
And he has no
Gentlelady
other
from-
speakers. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Chairman? Does he have no? He has no other speakers but himself, and he's
gentleman's indicated that he is reserving the time for his own closing.
Thank you very much. My friends, again, I would have hoped, having worked with the gentleman from Nebraska, the proponent of this legislation, that we would continue to walk in a bipartisan pathway. This amendment is to relieve the burden on some of the very people many of us represent, and that is, of course, those individual claimants who happen to be in faraway places who now have to go to the D.C. Court of Appeals and to actually bear the burden of responsibility dealing with when you challenge the factual and evidentiary determinations made in an EIS statement, environmental statement, for example. The plaintiffs must demonstrate that they are not supported by substantial evidence in the record considered as a whole. That's an extreme burden that will have to be offered by plaintiffs. They'll have to secure lawyers here in the D.C. area. They'll have to travel here, bear extra expenses. It will be the necessary to get experts, locate, prepare witnesses, and even relocate themselves, gather and review documentary materials. And I would suggest that it is obviously a stress and a burden. This bill has, in Section 4, no right to judicial review. So in essence, it means that you have one track to go in for a number of issues that might come forward. I am concerned that that would be the case, and for that reason, I think that our amendment has the strength of purpose that is necessary. Let me also add, again, if I want to be very clear, why should we burden the plaintiffs, individual plaintiffs, Mr. Chairman, with financial burdens that are excessive? My amendment gives them a fair amount of time to get a response and to participate in this process. I ask my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment seeks to undermine an important streamlining provision in the bill that sets firm deadlines for filing claims. In order to cause maximum delays, opponents of projects often wait until the final possible day to file claims. Setting firm, reasonable deadlines has no impact on legal rights. This bill is limited to in the types of claims that receive the expedited review to just three: validity of final orders, constitutionality of the act, adequacy of the environmental impact statement. These claims must be filed within 60 days of the final order or action giving rise to that claim. No other claim is affected by the 60-day filing deadline. Because of the limitations on types of claims covered by the deadline, 2 months is more than ample time to file with the D.C. Circuit. Extending to a year is simply one more delay tactic. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Texas.
I request a recorded vote.
Gentlelady from Texas, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 8, printed in House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise to offer Amendment Number 8, the Chu-Polis-Connolly Amendment.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 8, printed in House Report Number 113-88, offered by Ms. Chu of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today to offer an important amendment along with Congress members Polis and Connolly to H.R. 3, the Northern Route Approval Act, which would authorize construction of the highly controversial Keystone XL pipeline. Our amendment calls for the Government Accountability Office to conduct a study on the cost of cleaning up oil spills from this pipeline. We need to know how much it's going to cost taxpayers to decontaminate our cities, towns, and farmland when the pipeline leaks. We need to know how a spill will harm residents and the environment. Will it make Americans sick, pollute our water, and contaminate our farms? Americans have the right to know the full cost and harmful impacts that a spill would have. There are many serious questions and inadequacies in some of the analyses of the project, if not glaring holes. Take greenhouse gas emissions. Take pipeline safety and spill response. Take alternative pipeline routes. There's too much we don't know. What we do know, though, is that the pipeline will transport oil that is heavily corrosive, making spills more likely and also more difficult and costly to clean up. Tar sands pipelines in the U.S. have some of the worst spill records. Pipelines in North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan spilled nearly 4 times as much crude per mile than the national average in the last 2 years. And yet, the Keystone XL pipeline, as planned, will cut across America's heartland. It will run above the Ogallala Aquifer, which is a main source of drinking and farm water for 9 states, endangering hundreds of thousands of people. That is why I oppose the bill. We cannot rush a decision that could have so many harmful impacts on the health of thousands of Americans. And that is why I urge the House to support our amendment. Join me in asking the GAO to study the cost of spill cleanup and its impact on our health, environment, and water. The American people deserve to know. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves the balance of her time.
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
These issues have already been the subject of study by State Department. The environmental review process, which included 4 different environmental impact statements, analyzed oil spills of varying size, the types of releases, and the impacts of oil spills. Additional studies will just waste taxpayer dollars. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. For what purpose, gentlelady? Rise.
I yield Representative Polis 1.5 minutes.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague, Ms. Chu from California and Mr. Connolly from Virginia. This amendment would require the Government Accountability Office, which is independent, to evaluate the true cost of potential spills from the Keystone XL pipeline. Americans want to know. We want to know what the impact of tar sand spills are on public health, on the environment, on the quantity and quality of water that's available for agriculture and farmers and for municipalities and for drinking. We all know that tar sands crude oil can be dangerous. We saw the recent spill in Mayflower, Arkansas. It's critical that we address the true cost of oil pipeline spills and their true impact. It's inevitable that the Keystone XL pipeline will have costly spills and leaks. Spills are especially concerning because the pipeline is slated to cross over the Ogallala Aquifer, one of the world's largest aquifers that supplies drinking and irrigation water to millions of Americans. Instead of trying to rubber stamp the Keystone XL this week and short-circuit the very process that Congress established, instead we should be working to ensure that spills won't impact the health of our communities and the quality of our water. I thank the gentlelady for her time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose, gentleman? Rise.
Does the gentlelady yield back?
Gentlelady reserve her time.
Yes, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentleman
Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
I yield Representative Connolly 1 minute.
Gentlelady from California yields Representative
Thank you,
Connolly,
Mr. Chairman.
1 minute.
And I thank my friend from California, Ms. Chu, for her leadership, and my colleague, Mr. Paulus, from Colorado. I couldn't be in more congenial company on an amendment that I think is very simple and straightforward. The American people are entitled to transparency. As Mr. Paulus indicated, leaks are inevitable in any pipeline. Corrodes, especially with this kind of crude oil, which is highly corrosive, you're going to have leaks. The American people are entitled to know the costs of cleanup and the dangers to the environment. I think that's fairly straightforward. I know my colleagues share in the value of transparency in government, and I think we ought to be doing that here in the pipeline. I support the amendment and urge its adoption, and I yield back the balance of my time to the gentlelady from California.
Gentlelady from California.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentleman from California.
Reserve the balance
Gentleman
of
from
my time.
California reserves his time. Gentlelady from California.
I urge the House to support our amendment. The American people deserve to know, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from California yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
The American people have had 5 years of studies, the longest studies that have happened on any pipeline in our nation's history. What the American public are waiting for are the jobs that go with this. U.S. pipeline operators have safely transported oil sands crude for over 40 years. This is not a new concept. The 2011 Pipeline Safety Act further strengthens safety by increasing penalties for violations, authorizing additional safety inspectors, and granting new authorities to enforce oil spill response plan. That was a bipartisan bill that we passed out of here just the last session. TransCanada has agreed to 57 PHMSA PHMSA conditions on the pipeline's construction and operation, which is expected to make it one of the safest ever constructed. I urge a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is on an amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in the House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to ask that the amendment be unanimously consented to as read.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee.
Move that it be considered as read.
Pursuant to the rule, the amendment has been designated.
Thank you, sir.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, is recognized for 5 minutes, and someone in opposition will be recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment will require TransCanada, any future owner-operator of the Keystone XL pipeline, if there be one, to submit its oil spill response plan to the governor of each state in which the pipeline operates. I'm well aware that current law requires the Department of Transportation to maintain on file current copies of oil spill response plans and to provide any person a copy of that plan. However, those copies are allowed by law to exclude certain information like specific response resources, tactical resource deployment plans, and information on worst-case scenario discharges. I understand there are concerns about broad distribution of the plans and its proprietary information, but those concerns should not apply to governors of the state, people like Mary Fallin and Nathan Deal, who we've all served with, or many of us have. The governors of some states, and in this state with Mary Fallin, governors of a state that this very pipeline would run through. These states have the right to evaluate oil spill response plans in detail, integrate into their respective emergency management systems, and then provide the necessary resources for appropriate emergency response plans. Reliance upon some redacted plan that they would receive from the federal government is not adequate. People's lives and livelihoods are at stake, and the locals work together and strongly on all these situations. Nor should these governors be expected to wait until a spill has occurred when they are already in the process of sending first responders into harm's way to receive a full copy of the full plan from TransCanada, which by law, the only time the company is required to share that unredacted version with the state government. South Dakota was wise enough to realize the problems with these regulations. The state enacted legislation to mandate receipt of the plan prior to operation of the pipeline. The other states should not have to jump through any hoops just to obtain information they need in order to provide appropriate emergency response to dangerous situations to protect their citizenry. When offered this amendment, the Transportation Committee, my esteemed colleague, the Honorable Chairman Schuster, recognized the need to balance access to these response plans with the need to protect sensitive information from becoming public. And I think this amendment strikes that proper balance by limiting the access to the governors.
He had offered to work with me on the issue in a future authorization bill, and I appreciate that kind offer. But while I look forward to that partnership, and I commend the chairman for his work to address the issue on the Pipeline Safety Act of 2011, this bill would improve this Keystone Pipeline situation today. We can't wait for some possible future legislation when the likelihood of a spill and the risk to public safety is so great now. The potential effects of a Keystone XL spill could be devastating. The truth of the matter is the pipeline is unprecedented, it's dangerous, and there will be spills. Refraining from arming our states with readily available information in order to respond adequately and safely would not be responsible. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate this time, and I know this issue is important, and it demonstrates Congress's respect for governors and state governments, and the men and women who risk their lives to protect us every day, those first responders. And with that, I'd urge all my colleagues to support the amendment, and I'd reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman of California rise?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Tennessee.
I would just ask that we unanimously support this amendment and reserve.
Gentleman yield back or reserves time?
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a broad issue that could affect a number of pipelines and states. We're prepared to accept this amendment, though we have general reservations about it, and implementation must be done very carefully. At our committee markup of H.R. 3, Chairman Schuster said he'd work on this issue more broadly in the context of reauthorization. And despite these reservations, I'm prepared to accept the amendment. And I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr.
Well, I
Terry.
appreciate the gentleman from Tennessee bringing it. I appreciate all of the time and effort that the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee has put into it. I would agree that it's reasonable. The governor should have this. In fact, TransCanada has agreed to a variety of additional measures that would be part of this, and the governor should have that. I agree with the gentleman's conclusion.
Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 10, printed in House Report 113-88. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Holt of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Holt, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment that I'm offering on behalf of the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Markey, simply requires that the oil transported through the Keystone XL pipeline, the refined products made from the oil as well, stay in the United States, except under certain circumstances. Now, the proponents of the Keystone pipeline, that, as we've heard today, say that it is important for U.S. energy security. Now, that can't be true if the oil just passes through the United States on its way to other countries. Yet, and there is nothing in the underlying legislation that would require that the oil transported through the Keystone pipeline or the refined fuels produced from that oil stay in the United States to benefit American consumers. In fact, when the president of TransCanada, who get a sweetheart deal through this legislation, was asked whether he would commit to keeping the Keystone tar sands oil and the refined fuels in the United States, he said no. That's why we need to adopt this amendment. The U.S. oil consumption peaked in 2005. It's declined by more than 10% since then. During the same period, U.S. petroleum production increased 38%. So how is this balanced? We're exporting it. Now, that's not necessarily bad. For years, the import of oil hurt our balance of trade. But in 2011, and the United States became a net exporter of petroleum products for the first time in, half a century. We've exported 3 million barrels per day of petroleum products now, and in 2012, exports increased to 3.2 million barrels per day. The Keystone Pipeline would transport the dirtiest oil in the world from Canada through the United States to refineries on the Gulf Coast, where it would be exported tax-free to foreign countries. This is just a pipeline. About 36 permanent workers assigned to this pipeline. Otherwise, all we get from this is the risk of a spill. According to the Energy Information Administration, more than 76% of the current U.S. petroleum exports come from the Gulf Coast. In fact, 60% of the gas and 42% of the diesel produced at Texas Gulf Coast refineries was exported. That fact that the refined product will be exported is not speculation. Look at the business plans of Valero, one of the nation's largest refineries, which operates several facilities on the Gulf Coast. Valero's 2012 annual report claims that the U.S. markets are oversupplied to the point where the company's chief executive, Bill Kless, recently said, quote, "There's so much oil, it's got to be moving. Our view is that it's flooding the Gulf Coast," end quote. And the solution? Well, Valero is shipping domestically produced crude to Canada for refining under a license that allows the company to send up to 90,000 barrels a day for the next year. It's more than double what we exported to Canada last year. That's right, one of the largest U.S. refiners in the Gulf wants to massively increase exports of American crude to Canada at the same time that we are passing this legislation to send Canadian tar sands oil to the Gulf Coast. I would like to ask the proponents of this to explain how this makes sense. The president of the American Petroleum Institute and the CEO of ConocoPhillips have said that we should change U.S. law to allow for the expanded exports of domestically produced oil. Well, the re-export of crude oil is already allowed under current law. Without my amendment, crude oil that comes out of Keystone could circumvent U.S. refineries and be exported as crude. I ask my colleagues to think hard about how that helps America. The Keystone XL pipeline would ask the United States to bear all of the environmental risk of transporting the dirtiest oil in the world without ensuring that U.S. consumers or our energy security see any benefits from this. If the proponents of this legislation are serious about ensuring that the Keystone XL pipeline really does enhance U.S. energy security, they will vote yes on this amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time expired. For what purpose the gentleman from Nebraska seek time?
I rise in opposition and claim the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Yield as much time as I may consume. Couple of points here. Just, let's get the total picture here. We consume in America about 18 million barrels of oil per day. That's what we consume domestically. We've reduced that from 20 a couple years ago. Now, currently when we add or just focus on OPEC oil countries, we're importing daily about 4.3 of that 18 that we need from OPEC companies, Saudi Arabia, Venezuela. And so building this pipeline, about 800,000 barrels, is about enough to offset the heavy crude from Venezuela. Even with this pipeline running at its maximum, we will still need to import from OPEC level countries. So the reality is that the numbers will dictate that we have a long way to go before we're flush in oil where we could be energy independent, not dependent on OPEC. That's one of our goals here in this legislation, is to be free of OPEC oil, keep it in North America. Now, he also mentioned, the gentleman from New Jersey, a good friend and classmate of mine, that a representative, high-level representative from TransCanada said, no, we're not going to guarantee that it all won't be exported. Well, let's put it in context. There's people who are exercising the oil out of the ground. They contract with TransCanada to transport that to the customer that will have control over it and refine it. So the common carrier in the middle has no control over the contract between the producer and the refiner. That's why he said no. They have no say-so over what the refiner does. Now, the refinery, just basic common sense is going to tell you that it economically is cheaper to refine the gasoline in Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas, and then send out the gasoline product. And that gasoline's going to stay here domestically. Maybe a small percentage, I don't know, but the reality is economics is going to tell you that. But here's why this amendment has to be defeated. And this is why this is just kind of an absurd amendment, because it says none of that oil that's put in a barrel could be exported. None of it. None of its byproducts either. So if you took the oil and made it into a plastic container of whatever you're exporting, you can't do that. Because it's plastic made from something that came through TransCanada. The gentleman also mentioned diesel. Even at the highest level of our dependence on OPEC oil, because of our use of gasoline as our dominant source of transportation, as opposed to diesel, which is our symbiotic relationship with Europe, where they use diesel, not gasoline, we have exported that. So we can't even continue that level of relationship, that symbiotic relationship where they send us the gasoline they don't use and we send them the diesel. We can't do that. And as in every barrel, there will be lubricants, there will be gels, there will be other industrial uses that are exported all the time that we couldn't do here. But what the American consumer wants is the gasoline from that, and economics, marketplace pressures are going to tell you it's just a lot cheaper to refine it here and then send it to their gas stations. And that's what the consumer wants. That's what's going to happen. Even the State Department said that was a fallacy, that the gasoline was going to be exported. So this is one of those amendments that sounds populist and good, but when you think it through, it's just a measure to kill the pipeline. And so I urge all of my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. And those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed.
I ask for a
gentleman
recorded
from New
vote.
Jersey is recognized.
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in the House Report 113-88, on which further proceedings were postponed, in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Weber of Texas. Amendment number 2 by Mr. Waxman of California. Amendment number 3 by Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Amendment number 4 by Mr. Connolly of Virginia. Amendment number 5 by Mr. Ray Hall of West Virginia. Amendment number 6 by Ms. Esty from Connecticut. Amendment number 7 by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas. Amendment number 8 by Ms. Chu of California. And amendment number 10 by Mr. Holt of New Jersey. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 1, printed in the House Report 113-88 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, on on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Weber of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 246, the nays are 168. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 2 printed in the House Report 113-88 by the gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman, on which further proceedings were postponed and which the noes prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Waxman of California.
The recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 140.
Mr. Grimm. Mr. Grimm votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 146, the nays are 269. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 3, printed in the House Report 113-88 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The ayes.
Mr. Royce. Mr. Royce votes no. Ms. Capter. Off no on aye for Ms. Capter.
On this vote, the ayes are 177, the nays are 239. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 4, printed in the House Report 11388 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Connolly of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote shall rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 176, the nays are 239. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 5, printed in House Report 11388 by the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Rahal, on which few of the proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Rahal of West Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 177, the nays are 238. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 6, printed in the House Report 11388 by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Esty, on which further proceedings were postponed, and in which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Ms. Esty of Connecticut.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 183, the nays 233.
Ms. Lee of California. Off aye on no for Ms. Lee of California.
On this vote, the yeas are 182, the nays are 234. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 7, printed in House Report 11388 by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
Mr. Enyart. Mr. Enyart votes aye. Mr. Brady of Texas. Voted no.
On this vote, the yeas are 182, the nays are 234. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 8, printed in House Report 11388 by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, on which further proceedings are postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Ms. Chu of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 185, the nays are 231. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 10, printed in House Report 11388 by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Holt, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in House Report number 113-88, offered by Mr. Holt of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are one.
Mr. Franks. Mr. Franks of Arizona votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 162, the nays are 255. The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Accordingly, under the rules of the committee, rises.
To him. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consider H.R. 3 and pursuant to House Resolution 228, I report the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted to the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 3 and pursuant to House Resolution 228 reports the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. In a separate vote, demanded on any amendment to the amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If not, the question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on the engrossed and third reading of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to approve the construction, operation, and maintenance of the Keystone XL pipeline and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Is the gentleman opposed to the bill?
In its current form, I am.
The gentleman qualifies. The clerk will report on the motion.
Mr. Bishop of New York moves to recommit the bill H.R. 3 to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure with instructions to report the same back to the House forthwith with the following amendment. At the end of the bill, add the following new section. Section 9, requirement that TransCanada Keystone Pipeline LP pay for any oil spill cleanup on American soil. In the approval process authorized under this Act, TransCanada Keystone Pipeline LP.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment?
Is there objection to the dispensing of the reading? If not, so ordered. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Bishop Capps amendment is the final amendment to the bill. It will not kill the bill or send it back to committee. If adopted, the bill will immediately proceed to final passage as amended. Our amendment, which is similar to amendments offered during our committee markups of H.R. 3, corrects a massive loophole in current law that exempts Keystone XL pipeline tar sands from paying millions of dollars in the oil spill liability trust fund.
Gentlemen will suspend. The House is not in order. The gentleman deserves to be heard. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike U.S. crude oil companies, tar sands importers will not pay into the oil spill trust fund, even though the trust fund will be used to pay for any cleanup costs from an oil spill on the Keystone XL pipeline. That's right. The Keystone XL pipeline and all other tar sands importers get all of the protections of the fund if they have an oil spill, but they do not have to pay a dime into it up front. As we have seen during the Keystone debate on this floor, we can argue over the merits of tar sands oil, and we can argue over the merits of granting special permit waivers to TransCanada to build the Keystone pipeline. However, I would hope that we could all agree that this Congress should not allow the importers of Keystone pipeline tar sands to avoid the per-barrel charge that all other oil companies pay to finance the oil spill liability trust fund. In 2011, the Internal Revenue Service concluded that the definitions of crude oil and petroleum product in the tax code do not clearly include tar sands. This interpretation, if allowed to stand, exempts the Keystone XL pipeline tar sands from the excise tax that finances the oil spill liability trust fund. In short, this is a $66,000 per day tax break. I am sure that some of my Republican colleagues will argue that H.R. 3 is not the appropriate vehicle for making this change to the law. We should not single out Keystone XL pipeline, and the Congress should consider this change as a part of comprehensive tax reform. To my colleagues across the aisle, I would argue that this entire bill is about singling out the Keystone XL pipeline, providing special rules, and deeming permits approved for everything anyone can think of. Our amendment will ensure that TransCanada certifies to the President that Keystone XL pipeline tar sands will be subject to the per-barrel excise tax that funds the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund, ensuring that they pay their fair share. I yield the remaining time to this amendment's co-sponsor, the gentlelady from California, Mrs. Katz.
I thank my colleague for yielding. Mr. Speaker, whether it's drilled on land, offshore, or transported via pipeline, oil spills are inevitable. Spills happen, and they will continue to happen regardless of what we've been told by the oil companies building and maintaining the pipelines. TransCanada says it will implement lots of safety measures, but accidents happen. In fact, accidents have already happened 14 times on the existing TransCanada Keystone pipeline, and they will almost certainly happen on the proposed Keystone XL pipeline too. Our amendment simply ensures that those responsible for the spill pay to clean it up. In 1969, my home district was victim to one of the worst oil spills in U.S. history. I know firsthand the devastating damage to human health, to property, to natural resources that are caused by oil spills. I know there have been numerous assurances that Keystone XL will be safer and spill risk will be minimal, but safer simply does not equal safe, especially when transporting tar sands crude. Tar sands crude is not only more corrosive and dangerous than conventional crude, but it's far more difficult to clean up in the event of a spill. We need look no further than the tar sands spill in Kalamazoo, Michigan in 2010. Nearly 3 years after that spill, the cleanup is still ongoing, and the costs are approaching $1 billion. A spill from Keystone could have similarly devastating impacts on America's heartland. If we're going to bear 100% of the spill risk as Americans, the least we can do is ensure that those responsible pay to clean it up. That's all this amendment does, and I think there's broad agreement on this point. This is our opportunity to fix the problem right now. If the Keystone XL pipeline is approved as is, the tar sands crude oil will literally get a free ride through the United States. Our amendment ends this. I urge my colleagues to end the free ride and vote for this amendment. And I yield back the balance of our time.
Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. For what purpose the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak in 5 minutes in opposition to the motion recommit.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, a review over how to treat crude oil derived from oil sands for the purposes of the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund is one, in fact, that we look forward to having. But it needs to be at the appropriate place and time. I got to say that we are fully supportive of the goals, purpose, and funding mechanisms of the trust fund, and we believe that the allocation of fees should be done equitably among crude oil received at a U.S. refinery and petroleum products entering the U.S. for use. However, a bill or an amendment this way to approve a single pipeline project is not the appropriate vehicle for this debate. Frankly, it needs to be part of the tax reform bill that I'm sure that Mr. Camp and others are going to move later on this year. So I wish we could have debated this as an amendment to this bill, but we don't have that opportunity. It's simply a motion to recommit. So let's push it to the right date, and that is part of tax reform later this year. Mr. Speaker, we have waited 1,700 days for this project. Many of us have folks that commute 80 to 90, even 100 miles a day. They need a source of gasoline. Canada provides 1.5 million barrels literally every day to the United States. They want to send as much as 6 million barrels by 2030. This is the best way to do it. Why send it by truck? Why send it by rail? let's send it by pipeline. Safer, more economical, and in fact, it's going to help the consumer. I remind my colleagues that 62 members of the U.S. Senate earlier this year voted for this project. We need to do it here. Reject the motion, recommit, and vote for final. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Speaker.
Gentleman from New York.
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by a 5-minute vote on passage of the bill if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 193, the nays are 2.
Mr. Frelinghuysen. Mr. Frelinghuysen votes no. Mr. Yarmouth. Mr. Yarmouth votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 194, the nays are 223. The motion to recommit is not agreed to. The question is on passage of the bills. The House will be in order. 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 For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members, last week the largest caucus here in the House of Representatives, the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus, which is made up of Republicans and Democrats, had its normal yearly shoot, which consists of trap, skeet, and sporting clays, and I am glad to say that this year that the Republicans retained the trophy. And if I could, I'd yield to my co-chair of the Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus, the gentleman from Mississippi.
Thank you. Well, all I can say to my colleague this time, you were lucky. And I look forward to next year. But the other thing you said is so important. The Congressional Sportsmen's Caucus is the largest caucus, bipartisan caucus here in Congress. Those of you who are not members, we ask you to come join us. We do a lot. But for the good that we do, the good that we serve, it's a good deal. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, 5-minute voting will continue. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from New Jersey.
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. Those in favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 241, the nays are 175 with one voting present, and the bill is passed.